We leave it now to take you live to the House Rules Committee, meeting today to debate rules for Thursday and Friday's floor action on the tax extenders and omnibus spending bill. Pete Sessions, the Rules Committee chair, gaveling in this meeting at this time.
At the table. And they spent a lot of time with their staffs, not only trying to work together, but to find compromise and ideas that would be good for this country, the taxpayer, and I believe ultimately to make this place a better place to this United States Congress. It provides for responsible funding for the federal government. It increases transparency and accountability at federal agency, and it puts a stop to executive overreach that stunts our economic growth. The bill contains important measures that continue to chip away at the most harmful aspects of Obamacare and also lifts the ban on crude oil exports in order to boost our economy and to create jobs. Perhaps most importantly, the bill ensures that our troops are well funded to the tune of $132.4 billion, more than 1 million active duty troops, $111 billion for new equipment and procurement that will ensure that they are capable of taking on the fight against ISIS, jihadists, and other enemies who threaten our homeland. The men and women of the United States military needed Hal Rogers and Nita Lowey to come to their aid, and members of this body need to know that both of you stepped up to make that happen, to ensure that we did not argue, fuss, or fight about supporting the members of the United States military and their families, and I want to personally thank you. With us today to testify on these measures is the great young chairman of the Appropriations Committee from Kentucky, Hal Rogers, and his able partner, the ranking member, Nita Lowey from New York. Also, we have today on the second panel will be the new chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, Kevin Brady, and Sandy Levin of Michigan from Ways and Means Committee. I also believe that the gentleman, Dr. Bustani, will be joining us as an expert witness on many of the intricate provisions that may be necessary to be available to discuss to this committee on the tax provisions. So before we go any further, I want to yield to the gentleman, the ranking member of the committee, the gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
I just want to welcome you both here. I want to thank you for coming before us, obviously with what is being described as a deal. In a perfect world, I think we would like this process to be very different. I think you both agree with that, where every individual appropriations bill would be considered on its own merits because, I'm sure there are things in here that we won't know are in here for some time. But nevertheless, look, we need to keep this government running, and we need to do the people's business, and so I welcome you here and look forward to your testimony. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McGovern. The gentlemen and all the members of this panel know and understand the work didn't start last night. The work started a long time ago. The Appropriations Committee has for a long period of time produced not only bills, but been to this committee to talk about and vet their ideas, to get feedback from members of Congress in our side. And I believe that that's much of what you took to the table to cut the deal on. So much of this has been vetted, much of this has been understood, but I will completely agree with the gentleman from Massachusetts. I've had numerous conversations with Mr. Morgan Griffith, a member who is from Virginia, about his desire and really insistence to want to see this body, including not only us, but the United States Senate, engage in regular order to where we take these appropriations bills on, where they come through committee, where we debate them, where we measure and scratch and claw to get whatever we get here, and then have you go and engage the United States Senate. That's not always available to us, that outside answer. But many people, including Mr. Griffiths, certainly my friends on the Democrat side, have been pushing that. So that's a goal that we always want to subscribe to, but we also end up somewhere where we can work together as opposed to yelling and screaming at each other and coming to no product therein. So we're delighted that you're here, Mr. Chairman. As always, both of you know that anything you have in writing will help our awesome stenographer, so feel free to leave it behind. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your service and those members of your committee who worked long and hard. I'm pleased to be here to speak on behalf of the fiscal year 2016 Omnibus Appropriations Bill, the legislation that will fund the federal government for the rest of fiscal year 2016. We're here with an omnibus against all of our desires because the Senate simply refused to take up any of these appropriations bills that were sent to them. Consequently, we were propelled into an omnibus year-end package bill. It's not the way to do business. It's not the way the Founding Fathers wanted us to do business, and yet we're here. If the other body, if the Senate, would allow these appropriations, individual appropriations bills, all 12 of them, to come before the Senate body and be debated, we could do separate 12 bills the way it should be. Nevertheless, we're stuck here with this huge omnibus bill. This measure will be attached as an amendment to the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Appropriations Bill. It abides by the terms of the bipartisan budget agreement of 2015. It provides a total of $1.149 trillion in base and emergency spending for the operations of the entire federal government. This funding meets the $548 billion defense and $418 billion non-defense base budget caps. This package you have before you today includes full-year appropriations legislation for each of the 12 appropriations bills. I've also submitted, Mr. Chairman, a technical correction for consideration. The amendment would fix technical and drafting errors in Division 0 of the omnibus bill. The main purpose of the amendment is just to ensure that the scoring of the appropriations divisions and the authorizing and tax provisions are kept separate as intended. Mr. Chairman, national security is a top priority in this legislation. The measure provides $573 billion for the Department of Defense, including $59 billion for global war on terror and overseas contingency operations funding to support our troops in the field, to combat ISIS and our enemies around the globe, to train and equip our allies, and to counter Russian aggression. It also protects against harmful cuts that would gut our military readiness and provide support for our veterans and military personnel. The bill strengthens Homeland Security, targeting funds toward border security and law enforcement. And the bill supports other important priorities like funding for the National Institutes of Health and Center for Disease Control, agricultural research, and infrastructure. The bill also finds ways to save taxpayer dollars, cutting wasteful, inefficient, or unnecessary programs, and stops harmful White House overreach. For instance, we've held EPA to its lowest funding level since 2008 and saved $1.7 billion that the President proposed to spend on the IRS. Within the Labor, Health, and Human Services bill alone, we eliminate 17 wasteful and duplicative programs. 17. The legislation provides no new funding for Obamacare, prevents a taxpayer bailout of the Risk Corridor program. It also includes several policy provisions that will help rein in executive overreach, stop onerous regulations, and help grow the economy. There's no funding for new or expanded EPA regulatory programs. The bill blocks the administration from foisting new fees on the ranching, aviation, and oil and gas industries. And the bill stops OSHA's anti-business end run around the rulemaking process, making that system more transparent to the public. To increase accountability, The bill will help halt improper behavior at federal agencies, such as prohibiting the IRS from targeting groups for scrutiny based on their political beliefs, from determining the tax-exempt status of an organization, and from holding inappropriate conferences. Bill also preserves the sanctity of life, maintaining all existing pro-life policy and funding provisions from previous appropriations bills, adding a new provision prohibiting genetic editing and reducing spending for UNFPA, first time ever, by 7%. As you know, there are also a number of other provisions in the bill. This is a huge bill. It extends the James Zodroga 9/11 Health and Compensation Act, the 9/11 Act, if you will, includes the Visa Waiver Improvement and Terrorist Prevention Act, the Intelligence Authorization Act, and lastly, it includes legislation to finally lift the 40-year ban on crude oil exports, which will have a dramatic effect on our energy industry. An end-of-the-year omnibus is not the preferred way to do business, as I said. It's always better to complete individual bills in a timely fashion. This bill will allow Congress to fulfill its constitutional duty to responsibly fund the federal government and avoid a shutdown. The ranking member of the committee, my workmate, shares my desire to return to regular order next year, so we can hopefully avoid another omnibus like this. So I want to thank Mrs. Lowy for her hard work bringing this bill before you today. I hope we can pass it in short order, send it on to the President and the Senate for their quick approval as well. This legislation will help move our country in the right fiscal direction as we embark on a new year under regular order. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I think you should take solace in knowing that at least your conference expected you to come up with a deal, taking the things that have been done during the year, and I think you should be patted on the back yourself also. So a thank you to you, not just Mrs. Lowy, for a job well done. Mrs. Lowy, you're now recognized. Glad the gentlewoman's here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's always a pleasure for me to be here with my chairman, Mr. Rogers, to finally be concluding this year's appropriations process. And it hasn't been an easy year. I am disappointed that the majority chose to attach a repeal of the oil export ban to this omnibus spending bill. For many of us, it leaves a sour taste about this package, and I regret the decision to make such a major policy change at the last minute on a must-pass bill. We have been proceeding under the notion that the omnibus bill would need Democratic votes to pass the House. The inclusion of this provision makes supporting this bill for some members on my side of the aisle very difficult. I'm pleased, however, that the final agreement drops more than 150 riders, many of which would have caused a White House veto. Gone are dozens of riders related to women's health, labor protections, consumer financial protection, the Clean Air Act, and the Clean Water Act. None of these provisions belonged on our bills, and I am very relieved that they are gone. I was disappointed, however, that we were unable to reverse a 19-year-old prohibition on federal funding for the research of gun violence. It is a rider that I believe should be removed from the Labor HHS appropriations bill years ago. And our former colleague, Mr. Dickey, also announced that he regretted that it was still on the bill, even though he was the author of that bill 20 years ago. The budget agreement enacted in November provided additional funding, allowing us to make critical investments reflecting democratic values. The agreement allowed for some notable increases to the National Institutes of Health, the Head Start program, energy research, infrastructure investments through the Army Corps of Engineers, cops hiring, nutrition funding, and many more important priorities. We also were able to prevent steep cuts to the Environmental Protection Agency and other agencies frequently targeted by some in the House majority. The omnibus also carries some tax matters, including the Cadillac tax provision, solar and wind credits. Also of great importance to me, the omnibus package carries the 9/11 Health and Compensation Fund. I appreciate the efforts of all those involved to make sure this legislation was included. Not all priorities, however, were addressed. I regret that we were unable to reach bipartisan agreement on the legislation to address the bankruptcy crisis facing Puerto Rico. It remains a priority to me, and I hope that we can continue all efforts to reach an agreement as soon as possible. In closing, I would have to call this package a mixed bag. It represents some good bipartisan compromises, drops the most controversial provisions, and most importantly, funds the government. My colleagues will have a few days to review the details and make their own judgments. And I also want to thank the chairman. It has been always a pleasure for me to work with you. And I do hope that in the next session, we will have some regular order and have our 12 appropriations bill considered independently. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure to appear before you.
Ms. Lowy, thank you very much. I'm going to go out of order today and move my time to that of the gentleman from Texas, Louisville, Texas, to speak about an issue that's very important to him, and I want to defer my time to him, and we'll just switch off places. The gentleman, Dr. Burks, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the letting me move out of order on this. And thank both of you for being here and for your work on this bill. Mr. Chairman, I noted with some interest this morning, early morning hours, the Politico Pro report that said the builder of the country's locks, dams, and levees got a nearly 10% boost in its budget this year. The Army Corps of Engineers, whose budget is an annual tug-of-war between Congress and the administration, won a $535 million increase, bringing its budget to nearly $6 billion for fiscal year 2016, $1.3 billion more than the administration requested. So I know it could not have been part of this exercise that we have in front of us, but I wanted to make you aware of a situation that has occurred in North Texas over the past several days, and that is the concern about the largest earthen dam west of the Mississippi River, which is on the Elm Fork of the Trinity River and impounds a body of water called Lake Louisville. Lake Louisville takes up a good portion of the land area in the 26th district that I represent. But downstream from this dam are about 500,000 residents who would be significantly, immediately, adversely affected if there were indeed a problem with this dam that was catastrophic in nature. Now, Sunday morning, front page of the Dallas Morning News, printed an article, A Dam Called Trouble. I have a copy of that article, and I will make it available to your staff, and I will provide a copy for the record, Mr. Chairman, if that is okay. I want to stress that I am not in complete agreement with the tone of the article, but as you well know, it's difficult to unring a bell. And if you yell emergency and you get people's attention, it's hard for them not to focus on that. I have been in contact with the Corps of Engineers. I stay in regular contact with the Corps of Engineers in the district because I have 3 rather large Corps of Engineer flood control lakes that comprise a big part of what the Corps of Engineers does in North Texas. They assure me that their ongoing assessments and engineering studies show no immediate danger. But Mr. Chairman, we just had a pool of record in Louisville Lake at the end of May, beginning of June of this year. We had so much rain, then we had a tropical storm that came up through the area, and the spillway was overtopped at Louisville Lake. And the highest level ever recorded in the 60 years of the lake's existence was, in fact, recorded last May. There are two areas of concern. One is an area of seepage that occurs below the dam. That is being monitored by wells. That is being monitored when we had the extreme wet weather in May and June, and then again right around Thanksgiving. Corps of Engineers is out there on a 24-hour basis monitoring what is happening in this area of seepage. There apparently was concern for a phenomenon known as a sand boil in late May of this year. The sand boil was controlled by placing concentric circles of sandbags around it until it rose to a level where the pressure equalized and it was no longer flowing. The concern apparently, as I understand it, is that a sand boil can lead to piping, and if you get piping from inside the lake to the other side of the dam, you've got big trouble. That did not occur. I want to stress that that did not occur, but that was a concern during this very heavy rain event that we had in May and June of this year. There is another area, and I understand that I'm not allowed to show you a very colorful poster that I had prepared for you to show a large escarpment on the lake side of the dam, where there's a road across the surface of the dam where the road has actually been undermined, and you can no longer drive to the end of the dam because this thing has been undermined. This happened, I drove out to the spillway with the Corps of Engineers in June when the water was flowing over. Sometime between then and the August recess, that escarpment opened, it has widened. It's not affecting the actual impoundment of water in the lake, but it is very dramatic in its appearance, and it obviously needs to be fixed. It can't just sit there. Now, it's been there for 6 months. I'm told by the Corps that they've got a contract and they're going to get to work on it right after the first of the year, weather permitting. But again, Mr. Chairman, I go through all this just to underscore, the Corps of Engineers got 10% more money than they asked for. We got a real problem in North Texas. Yeah, I could lose a lake in my district, and that would be a great loss. But the 500,000 people that live downstream, they would be immediately and significantly and adversely affected. So I would just ask that before these additional monies are obligated or spent, if we could perhaps pay some attention to what is going on in the largest earthen dam west of the Mississippi that this year is 60 years of age. I have the detail on the appropriations for the last 15 years. It's not like we haven't put money into this project. We have $3 to $4 million every year that I've been in Congress, going back to 2003. This year, in this bill that we have before us, is a little over $4 million, down a little bit from last year. I don't know why it would be down when we've got these new problems. But again, all I would ask is whatever flexibility we have within the appropriation process. And I know that these things seem like they're written in stone by the time they get to us at the Rules Committee, but we've all seen things change between here and the floor. And if there is any opportunity for change or reprogramming as this fiscal year moves forward, I would just urge that some attention be paid to this, because it is, I don't think the immediacy of the newspaper article was fair, but at the same time, this is a problem that needs to be fixed. This is one of those things that people look at us and say, why don't you fix that? That is one of those things that should be taken care of. So I do want to leave the copy of the newspaper article with you. I also have a detail on the appropriations that have been done over the last 15 years, and ask for your consideration as we go through this fiscal year, if there are funds available, that they be made available to the Corps of Engineers specifically for the Lake Louisville Dam project to remediate the damage that has occurred with a flood of record this past year. And we're in an El Nino year, so who knows what may happen in the future. And I'd certainly be interested in your response to that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Burgess. I had a similar problem in my district a dozen years ago, a very dangerous dam problem that finally the Corps has been able to fix. This omnibus places a high priority on dam safety funding. It includes all funding in the budget that was requested of us, $24.2 million, to continue necessary studies at dams across the country, including Louisville. Additionally, the bill includes $310 million for flood control construction. The Corps gets to make those specific allocations. We don't tell them how to do their job. We did include report language, though, telling them to give priority to various factors, such as the severity of risk of flooding or catastrophic collapse. If there's work that needs to be done at Louisville Dam that can be done in fiscal year 2016, the omnibus gives the Corps with sufficient funding with which to do that. Additionally, the administration could potentially ask for a reprogramming transfer, as it can do with virtually any federal program, but it would have to go through the relevant reprogramming process. If there's anything we can do to help the gentleman in making his concerns to the attention of the Corps, set up a meeting, give recommendations and the like, any other way we can assist, we would be pleased to try to help.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to stress that the Corps has their dam safety modification study ongoing, and it has been going on for a few years. They are to have the result of that in 2017, and they look forward to having the work done in 2020. I would just ask if there is any way to condense that timeline. This is something that's got a lot of people's attention now because it was on the front page of the paper. Paper may have overplayed the subject a little bit, but I don't think you can be dismissive when you've got this much at stake. And it's a 60-year-old earthen dam. It is going to require maintenance literally for the remainder of the lifespan, whatever it may be. And my understanding is for every dollar that's invested there, it has returned $9.62 in economic value over the years that it's participated in flood control. So it's been a significant project in North Texas.
I'm sure the Corps perhaps may be watching this, and if so, I'm sure they recognize the importance of what you're saying and what we have said in response.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Another thing that I do feel obligated to bring up, and I know that there was some discussion about including in the omnibus bill the language similar to a bill that was passed by the House of Representatives right at the end of November, 1st of December, in response to the concern about the replacement or resettlement of Syrian refugees. I regret that it has been left out of the omnibus. I'll just tell you, plenty of people where I live, and I'm sure I'm not unique, other parts of the country saw all of these young men streaming across Western Europe, wondering what in the world is going on, and then the next thing you know, we have a shootout in Paris. As a consequence, Congress passed that bill, again, latter part of November, first part of December, passed with a big vote in the House, so my understanding was a veto-proof majority, and again, I would have very much liked to have seen that language or similar language in our appropriations bill, because people see this happening and they are asking themselves why the Congress is not understanding what they understand to be a very clear danger to the country.
The gentleman makes a very important point. That provision was in the original House-passed bill. We have to, with an omnibus bill, keep a shutdown from occurring. We have to have a bill that passes the Senate and signed by the President. And there were very, very strong objection by a number of members on that point. So it didn't make the final cut. The bill, though does include the text verbatim of the recently passed House bill, the visa waiver bill, which would close gaps in that program and add additional layers of protections against people that we don't want here. For example, the bill denies that visa waiver travel to travelers who are nationals of or have even visited in the past 5 years Iraq, Syria, and other countries with significant terrorist activity in the judgment of the executive branch.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would just point out that I also serve on the Helsinki Commission. We had a hearing in the middle of October, and Richard, who is a Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Refugee Resettlement, told me in that hearing in the middle of October that there were 1,700 Syrians that were already in this country that were in the process of being resettled. I asked her that day I asked her about the vetting process, and I was told it went through 5 different agencies. That worries me because the more agencies you involve, the less accountability you have to any particular agency. But I'm very troubled by the fact that I asked her for the number of people that had been rejected by the program, and she could not provide me a number, and here we sit 2 months later, and I still do not have that information from the administration. So anything that you can do to help me get that information from the State Department. We don't know at this point. Okay, 1,700, maybe that's a manageable number, maybe that's reasonable, I don't know. But were twice that many evaluated and rejected, were none rejected. And it would just be very, very helpful to have that information as we ask ourselves questions about the vetting process and the adequacy of the vetting process as the State Department tells us that they are doing this work prior to bringing people into this country. The other aspect of this, and I note that Secretary Burwell from the Department of Health and Human Services has requested additional dollars for a little agency in the Health and Human Services Department called the Office of Refugee Resettlement. This is a small little office that most people don't even know about, but we have talked about it in this committee before last year when the unaccompanied minors were grabbing all the headlines as the number of people that came across the Texas border increased to levels that had not previously been seen. And just a note from Secretary Burwell's letter on the request for additional information, additional appropriations, so the referrals this fiscal year are more than double those for the same period last year and exceed by more than 60% those for the same period in fiscal year 2014, the year with the largest referrals in the history of the program. In other words, we had a huge problem 2 years ago, but we're 60% higher today, 60%. Now they're requesting additional money, not for border enforcement, but it is money to locate unaccompanied minors with faith-based groups or governmental agencies inside the country. This is significant because one of our Texas delegation members, Mr. Barton, was met with the information that he had a large resettlement going on last weekend. He was not notified beforehand, or just barely notified beforehand. Governor Kasich last night in the debate referenced the same phenomenon occurring in his state of Ohio. ORR gives no indication as to what they're going to be doing, and then shows up with a large number of people, puts strain on the hospital, strain on the school systems, and the local folks are left to deal with essentially what is our failing for not enforcing things at the border. So as we consider this request from Secretary Burwell, I think it's important to take note of the fact that, according to her, the numbers are 60% above what they were during the worst year of this program 2 years ago.
Well, Customs and Border Protection and ICE have sufficient funds in their base budget to absorb the costs of, one, taking in the kids and the children, transporting them to the Office of Refugee Resettlement for temporary care, and thirdly, eventually transporting them to their family or sponsor in the U.S. until the final disposition of their case, and fourth, transporting them back to their country of origin with a final order of deportation. The unaccompanied allied alien children program within HHS is level funded, $948 million, but it also has $278 million in carryover funds still available from last year, plus additional $150 million that can be transferred from other programs within HHS if needed. So I think they have sufficient.
Mr. Chairman, I would just offer as an offset, if they need one, I have a bill, H.R. 530, that would put an assessment for each of those children that we are taking care of against the appropriations made in the State Department Appropriations Bill for foreign aid to those countries of Guatemala, El Salvador, and Nicaragua. If we're taking care of their children, perhaps they should help us bear the cost of that care. Otherwise, this revolving door or this conveyor belt, whatever you want to call it, just continues inexorably, and we're continuing to fund the very thing that, again, our constituents are asking us why they're having to bear this burden, why they're having to fund this burden. So I just offer that for your consideration. I'll just finish up with the Department of Labor rule, the fiduciary rule, not including that. I mean, that is one of the things I get more phone calls than almost anything else in the district. I wish there had been a way to include it. I hope we will not stop trying to fix that problem, because many people at home recognize that as one of the greatest impediments for middle-class people being able to provide for their retirement if their fiduciary advisors are prohibited from giving them information.
Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've been very indulgent. I will yield back.
Dr. Burgess, thank you very much. The gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Slaughter.
Thank you all. I've read all the press. You've brought about the phenomenon of the age, as I understand it. But we think we left a few things out. And first, would you tell me again, please, Hal, what you said about the choice issue, that a new rule or something that prohibits something on choice? What was that? It was, as far as we know, all the writers were gone, but gene splicing or something to do with genetics.
Oh, yeah. The bill maintains all pro-life provisions, including a brand-new one against what's called gene editing.
What the heck is that?
Well, I'm not the expert. And also...
You know, I'm sort of one. I worked on genetic non-discrimination for 14 years, and I have never in my life heard of genetic editing. What is it?
Actually takes a sequence of DNA and requires each viral particle to remove and replace a portion of the DNA.
For health reasons? What other reason would you have to do that?
I'm just answering your question.
Well, you know something, if that's going to be a rule of the United States of America, and the only reason I would think that anybody would do something with the DNA would be to improve whatever it is. This would be on a fetus, right?
No.
On anybody? That wouldn't be with part of the pro-life bills, I don't think.
Presumed to be on an agricultural product.
Agriculture. Well, no wonder we can't find out about it. I'd like to know if some physicians or some scientists had something to do with that. It isn't anything against Democrats, is it, Hal?
No.
You're not going to give them a Republican gene or something like that? What are you up to, Rogers?
That's an idea.
Did you get it? I gather it's in the agricultural bill.
It's in the FDA bill.
Well, you know, that reminds me, that makes, so agriculture can't do anything with gene editing. That's right, they're prohibited from doing it, for cattle, I guess.
It's a...
I thought they'd been doing that for years.
It's a new...
I'd like them not to change the GMO in the food, and I really was disappointed to do away with the country of origin labeling.
It's in the FDA part of agriculture. But it does
Well,
not...
why would it come in with that part of the part you talked about?
FDA regulates human tissue.
Uh-huh.
And as I understand...
No, that doesn't make a bit of sense.
I'm sorry?
That doesn't make any sense. If this doesn't have something to do with pro-life and pro-choice, why would you put it in that section as you read it? And more than that, why is it such a big deal? I mean, I don't understand that.
Well,
What is
as
it?
I understand it,
Yeah?
from several people who were trying to explain it to me,
Uh-huh. All of whom are scientists.
it has to do with research
Yeah.
that is really based on the future science fiction, but does not pertain to the reality now.
Good grief, it's a Star Wars thing that somebody read? Is that what we're doing here?
Well, I'm going to look further into it.
I got to tell you, I have to know what this, because let me give you another example here. When I first came to the House, Congress,
Yes.
I had a number of women in my district that were affected by a hormone, diethylstilbestrol, DES. And DES was given to pregnant women for the select purpose of stopping miscarriage. The offspring of many of these women were seriously affected. Testicular cancers, vaginal cancers, awful things that happened to them. And I learned after I got here, and we were trying to find out why the FDA, I got whole new thoughts about them anyway, why in the world would they have allowed that? And then I found out, and Nita, I'm sure you remember this.
I do remember.
That USDA had also used it with cattle, but they stopped using it on cattle for 20 years before the FDA decided maybe women shouldn't have it either, because it didn't have any effect on miscarriage. I hope we're not going down this path again. Surely, we bought into Star Wars here, haven't we? They're going to create the perfect robot or something over there at USDA. Well, anyway, one of the things I do concern myself with is, I know that there's the great benefits there for all the oil producers, but not much for the alternative fuel producers. And we very much would like to see if we could make Mr. Tonko's amendment available here, so that, because Mr. Tonko wants to add on fuel cells, geothermal, other things that we're doing for fuel, not stop that research going on. So in proper time, he will present that, and I'd like to have that be in order so it could be on the floor, and we could discuss it, because I think that's something that an awful lot of people are very interested in. We've been swamped with talk about that. With that, I don't have any further questions. I'm going to have to go see what I can find out about gene editing, right? All right.
Well, we're glad you're here to ask those important questions. And I know we will be delighted to hear your views and discuss this issue further.
Yeah. Well, when we get so good in here, we're going to predict the future like that. That by itself is a little bit. I wish we could predict the conditions. I know Hal would too. The infrastructure of the United States of America. It's pretty predictable, isn't it? Well, and easily ignored. And Hal, I really I appreciate you for who you are. I've known you all my life, and
I know.
I know you want to do better.
The gentlelady, if the gentlelady were you,
Yeah,
gentlelady, at one time, her family lived where I live,
exactly.
Somerset, Kentucky.
Yeah,
And I knew her family and her parents and her brother,
yeah.
Phil.
Brother
back in
Philip,
college.
David.
Yep.
Mhm. Right. And I was a microbiologist coming out of the University of Kentucky. I've always been proud of that.
How about them cats?
Oh, how about them cats? Thank you all so much.
Gentlewoman yields back her time. Thank you very much. The gentlewoman from Grandfather Community, North Carolina, Vice Chairman of the Committee, Ms. Fox, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the recognition, and I want to thank our colleagues for being here, and particularly thank the staff for all the hard work that was done. The chairman did that in our conference last night and this morning, and I think it's really important that we show our keen appreciation to the staff on both sides of the aisle for the great work that's been done here. I want to say that I associate myself with the comments that the chairman has made and some of the comments that the ranking member has made too. I think it's important that we point out to our colleagues as well as to the public that we all want to get back to regular order, and that the House, in effect, has gone through regular order. We did last year pass 6 of our appropriations bills, and the Senate wouldn't take any of them up. It was clear that the Senate wouldn't take any of them up, and so we find ourselves in this position to pass this omnibus if we don't want to see the government shut down. I think it's also important to note that this bill has been negotiated among the White House, the Senate, and the House, and the different groups within there. And I want to point out, I know for us on the Rules Committee, we know this very well, but I keep getting asked this question about the power of the purse, or I keep having that thrown at me at home and even here in the House, where people say, well, we have the power of the purse, therefore we should be able to do whatever we want to do in our appropriations bills. And I keep pointing out to people that Section 7 of Article 1 says, all bills for raising revenue shall originate in the House of Representatives, but the Senate may propose or concur with amendments as on other bills. Unfortunately, too many people who talk about the issue of the power of the purse leave out that second clause in there that says, but the Senate may propose or concur with amendments as on other bills. And I believe many Americans have come to believe that the House has unilateral authority to pass our appropriations bills. And I honestly believe that in every case that we possibly can, we have to remind people that that is not the case. And that when you have a piece of legislation like this, there are true negotiations that go on. And I really appreciated Speaker Ryan being very forthright in our conference about how these negotiations did occur and how we could not get everything we wanted. This bill doesn't represent any one person's desires in terms of how we would fund the federal government. I would have done it differently. The chairman would have done it differently. Chairman Sessions would have done it differently. Dr. Burgess would have done it differently. But that we live in a society where compromise is necessary. And I think that, again, while it's not everything I'd like it to be, I've been reminding a lot of my colleagues this morning that what's before us is what we have to vote on, not what we wanted to have, not what's left out of the bill, but what is there. And so while it is not everything I'd like it to be, the good Lord hasn't chosen to put me in charge. Therefore, I have to deal with deal with what our colleagues put together. And I just want to say thank you again for all the effort that's gone into this. And I think we all fervently pray that we will be able to go to regular order next year, have this House pass its bills, and hopefully have the Senate pass some bills and send them to the President for better or for worse. And then let the American people see, again, the process play out in that way. So,
With gentlelady yield,
I'd be happy to yield.
I really appreciate your remarks about regular order. We will have regular order only when the Senate passes these bills. If they don't pass the bills, we've got to go to an omnibus like we've done this year. Now, they've got a rule over there, apparently, that says you can't bring up any bill unless you've got 60 votes, even an appropriations bill. To keep the government operating, you've got to have 60 votes. Whatever happened to majority rule? If the Senate would abide by majority rule on appropriations bills only, to let them be brought up and considered at least, we could break this logjam and no longer have these huge bills that a lot of people don't know what's in them.
Well, Again, I agree very much with the chairman, and I think, when people talk to me about it, I spoke to a group on Monday, I did my best to explain to them that the Senate requires 60 votes to bring up a bill. And so when the House is criticized for what we do or not do, we're given all that responsibility, which is one of the reasons I bring up Article 1, Section 7, is that it's important for the public to understand these bills have to be passed by the Senate and go to the president. And I believe it was the ranking member, Mrs. Lowy, who pointed out that this was done, what's been done here will avoid a threat by the White House. And so the White House has a consideration because we don't have the votes to override a veto, and neither does the Senate. And so I would ask my colleagues who are not happy with this legislation because it's not perfect, that they not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And that we do everything we can to accept the positive things. I think the increased funding for NIH is wonderful. Not putting in this bill legislation that would bail Puerto Rico out and set a new precedent for what is done in terms of bankruptcy is a good thing. So I think a lot of the times we have to accept what's not in the legislation as a good thing and not grieve about what didn't get in that we'd like to have in. So thank you both very much. And again, thank the staff for their hard work. And I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
You've drawn some comments. Does the gentlewoman wish to engage Mrs. Lowy?
If Mrs. Lowy would like to speak, I would honor her request.
I just would like to thank you for your eloquence. We do represent many states, many different kinds of communities, and that's what's great about our democracy, that we can finally get together and compromise. But I just couldn't resist to tell you I am still hopeful that within the democratic process, whether it's through this process or whether Speaker Ryan can come up with another way to help Puerto Rico, I think it's so essential. And I have been a strong advocate of assisting Puerto Rico and helping them work out their bankruptcy problems, because there are so many people who are in desperate need of a solution. So we can differ on that issue, but I just, for the record, wanted to say that I think it's very important, and I was pleased that we were able to find a solution for the 9/11 funding, and I want to thank both sides of the aisle for your support of that, and I do hope perhaps we can talk further, my good friend, Ms. Fox, and perhaps we can find a solution that I know the Speaker is working on, and I would be very supportive. So maybe we can talk further on that issue.
As you know, Mrs. Lowy, I'm usually to be found here on the floor or in my office, so here a lot of the time.
Well, thank you. So let's talk further about it, and I hope within the following weeks, after this bill is passed, we'll be able to find some constructive solution to dealing with the desperate situation that Puerto Rico faces. Thank you.
Gentlewoman yields back her time. Thank you very much. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Again, I want to thank you both for being here. I concur with everybody who's lamenting the process. I think we've said it enough, so I don't have to repeat it. But we have before us a bill that's over 2,000 pages long. We got it last night. I don't think any of us are going to know what's truly in it by the time it comes up for a vote on Friday. And I think that's unfortunate. I think we're going to vote for or against this based on our trust of you guys, and whether or not we agree with most of what is being said or disagree. But it's and as evidenced by the question on kind of genetic editing, I think there are things in here that nobody even knows what we're talking about, and we're going to have to figure that out. But it'll be after this bill becomes law. So this is frozen. there's really kind of no point to asking any questions because there'll be no amendments, and it will be up or down on the floor. I know this is not the way you wanted it to come before us, but it is what it is, and so, you know, people try to go through this the best they can and, you know, and throw the dice and vote the way they think is the right way on Friday, and we should move on. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Thank you very much. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Chairman Cole.
Thank you very much,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Chairman. First, I want to once again welcome two of my very favorite members, obviously my chairman, my ranking member to this committee. Somehow, every time you two show up, something actually happens around here. Legislation actually passes, things actually get done, and I know how hard both of you have worked on this, and I just want to express my personal appreciation for what each of you have done in a very divided Congress where there's a lot of differences to bring us together and make sure that the government actually functions. I want to share the remarks about the staff. I see my own very tired chief clerk back there, Susan Ross, and I must say I will miss this process in some ways because every morning for the last several weeks I could get up at 5 o'clock and there would be an email from Susan Ross written at about 3:15, you know, asking guidance or informing me of this or that or putting a question to me. And it just tells you how hard the staff worked. As hard as the members have worked, the staff has worked incredibly, incredibly hard. I think the chairman, well, I'll let the chairman make the point.
Well, thank you for yielding, and as we all know, Chairman Cole chairs the subcommittee on appropriations that deals with labor HHS, which is the biggest non-defense piece of spending. But the staff is remarkable of this committee. They've, since 1 month ago, November the 16th, they've had 1 day off, Thanksgiving Day itself. Saturdays, Sundays, whatever, all night long, these people have worked. And we don't thank them enough, but I thank you for recognizing.
Well, I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank you for assembling and directing an exceptional staff, which I think we have on both sides of the aisle on this committee, and I know my friend from New York would agree.
I will agree, and I must, if you'll yield to me.
Certainly yield, my friend.
Find myself thanking the staff every day because they have worked consistently through the weekend, and I know they will look forward to this vote so they can have a pleasant weekend and get some sleep. So I thank you for bringing it up in this process.
Absolutely. Thank you, my friend. A couple of observations. You know, I listened to my friend, Mr. Burgess, and made a very good case, concern he has, obviously, in his district and in the state of Texas. And immediately came to my mind, Mr. Chairman, if we restored earmarking to the Appropriations Committee, we might be able to help him right away. So I would just put that in front of the body to consider, because that was frankly one of the virtues of that you could take care of really important problems really quickly. And I'm not asking my friend to sign up for that, but we did lose a great deal of friction. I certainly yield to my friend.
I'll be happy to provide, and I was actually interested in this concept as well, but when I look back over the last 15 years, the years where I was able to earmark in the core budget and the years since, there really has not been the appropriations level has remained pretty steady.
It doesn't always.
The committee has done a good job of making sure those allocations go where they're supposed to go. I appreciate that.
I appreciate my friend's observation, because that is something that's not commonly understood. An earmark is not extra money. I mean, usually it's within the budget level. It's already been set in an act, but we say these things are so important, it needs to move to the front of the line. So when we've got 500,000 people that are living under the threat of a breakdown of a dam that would be catastrophic, then that's something Congress ought to look at. And we've got somebody, Mr. Burgess, that knows the problem and can bring it to our attention. But I want to make a couple of observations about the bill itself without going into it. And it's been very interesting because I've gone to 2 conferences with this. I've talked to our whip team about this. I've listened to my friends on the other side, their discussion on the floor. And I think broadly speaking, it's very interesting to me that the Republican complaints about the bill are about what's not in it. And the Democratic complaints are almost all about what is in it. And it just strikes me that suggests there's been a lot of compromise here on both sides of the aisle. To my friends on my side that are worried about what's not in it, and who I largely agree with, there's lots of things I'd like to do, But I just remind them, most of them sit on authorizing committees that could do these very things. And they need to do these very things. They need to not rely on us. I think members need to think long and hard when they ask us to do things that they're expert at, but we're not. You know, we know about the appropriations process, but we have not listened to all the hearings on a lot of, you know, whether it's Syrian refugees or, you know, I could go through a whole list of things that really are more appropriately dealt with by the committees of authorization. And if they can't pass it on their bill, they're basically asking us to pass it on ours when they weren't able to get it through regular order. So again, there are certainly times when that's appropriate, and I'm certainly not opposed to doing that, but it does create a lot of problems. And most of my friends who are not appropriators need to understand the real power of this committee is frankly, if you look at it, it's incremental and gradual. I mean, you change things slowly over time. You shift resources. You move things. It's very seldom dramatic, boom, right now. I mean, it's actually a very cautious committee in the way that it works. And I appreciate my friend, Ms. Fox, reminding everybody that it does have limits, that anything we get out of there has to have our friends in the Senate willing to pass essentially the same thing, and the President of the United States willing to sign it. And guess what? They have convictions and principles too. And they don't always agree with those of the majority in this body. So everything becomes compromised. The two areas, though, that I've heard very little debate about, and I commend actually both my friends in front of me for this, I've heard almost nobody complain about the military spending in this bill, which is over half of the total. And yet people know we're in a dangerous era. We want men and women, we send them in to do tough things, to be well equipped. I've heard almost no complaint. And I must say very little thank yous either, because absent your work and the earlier budget, bipartisan budget agreement, we would have had catastrophic cuts in the military. So if we don't pass this bill, we cut the military very dramatically. And it was hard work on both sides of the aisle that avoided that. The other area that I hear very little complaint about is the distribution of money within the non-military part of the budget. And this has been the element of compromise. You know, the president, for instance, wanted an increase of $1 billion in the National Institute of Health. Congress, on a bipartisan basis, decided, you know, that's not enough. We're going to make it $2 billion. We think it's really important to get that started. I could go through a whole list of programs where, you know, there was a Republican budget, obviously. There was a Democratic budget. President provided a budget, but where the Appropriations Committee worked through these things on a bipartisan basis, and I think found common ground and largely hit the right balance. Now, again, in a $1.1 trillion spending bill, not to mention the tax extender portion of this, which is another $600 billion, that's quite a range of compromises. And for those that are worried, and they appropriately, you know, can be concerned, because I think this should be transparent. I think all these bills should come to the floor. I want to commend my two colleagues, the chairman and the ranking member, because they did make sure every one of these bills went through the full Appropriations Committee for the first time since 2009. Every one of them was vetted. There were amendments offered by each side. There were discussions, and obviously the final bill here is a product of a lot of member compromise on the Appropriations Committee itself, at the subcommittee, and then the full committee level, which you two guided, and then frankly the advice that you provided the leadership on both sides, you know, when the final knotty issues that couldn't be resolved had to be done. So I'm not going to tell you this is the best way to legislate. I prefer 12 bills across the floor, as my friends do. But it certainly beats a continuing resolution, that these things have been carefully considered and fully debated at the committee level. 6 of them have gone across our floor. We wish our friends in the Senate and hope that next year we'll do the same, so they have that kind of input. And just to give the Senate a pat on the back, they did get all 12 of their bills through their full committee for the first time, I think, since 2006. So things are starting to thaw a little bit out here and work, and nobody's done more to do that than my friend, the chairman. This has been his goal, to get this committee up and running, and my friend, the ranking member, who, whatever their disagreements on issues, have precisely the same view of the process. And I would say this year came closer than before. Next year, offers the opportunity, since we already have an agreement at our top-line spending numbers, offers us all as members of Congress, appropriators, not appropriators, Republicans, Democrats, the opportunity to actually put them on the floor, have the debates, and let everybody participate in the process. And I think once they see it, they'll like it, and I think the American people will be impressed with it. But I just want to commend my two friends for all they've done to get us to this point from where we were, which was just continuing resolutions, abdication of congressional oversight, abdication of institutional power by this body. You've both restored this process a great deal, and it speaks well of your institutional knowledge, your commitment to the process, and frankly, your ability to work together one another across the island with differences. So
Well, the gentleman
I certainly yield the chairman.
You know, back to the gene editing thing a bit, I hate to leave that as we left it.
Yes, sir.
You chair the subcommittee that funds the NIH hospital. As I understand it, from a very lay point of view, this provision would conform FDA's rules with that of the National Institutes of Health, NIH, on gene editing, which is a procedure, as I understand it, that attempts to edit the genes in an embryo. And NIH is greatly concerned about what that may mean down in future generations. So that's about as far as I know about it.
I think, well, I certainly don't pretend to be a scientist, but I think my friend the chairman has it right. And I think we'd probably all agree there's a great deal of difference between what we allow in terms of genetic modification for food or livestock and what we'd allow where human beings are concerned. And so it's just, it's an area to be careful. And remember, again, this is not like, this is largely a compromise. Each side had some wins and losses here, but this is something each side, and my friends by and large, have a different view on some of these issues than I do, but they felt comfortable enough with this to sign off on it at both the administration and the legislative level. So, I don't think my friends are going to be too surprised, but again, I agree with my friend, Mr. McGovern. We'll all be better off when we're doing all this in the open. And bills just get better. I've had any number of members come to me. I know they've come to the chairman, the ranking member, with particular problems that I didn't know a lot about, that had we had a bill on the floor, because these are not members of the committee, I would have probably said, yeah, we'll let us have a chance to look at it, but we can accept that amendment. But they're coming late in the process, and so these aren't earmarks. These are just common sense adjustments you have to make in a country of 315 million people across a vast continent with a great complexity to it. And when we don't bring a bill across the floor, we really deny the average member the chance to do that and to educate us on something maybe they know more about than anybody on our committee could possibly know about, particularly if, like my friend from Texas, it's particular to his district. It's not something that I would have particularly known about if I didn't hear it from my friend. So you really want these bills to come down where each member can do that. And, so with that, again, we've come closer to that process than in several years. And this is a bipartisan compromise, but very little, our job is spending the money. It really isn't authorizing legislation. And the amazing thing to me is how little complaint I hear about how the money has been spent on both defense and non-defense alike, which tells me the Appropriations Committee in those areas has pretty much done its job pretty well in a bipartisan nature. And these other things that are attached on, look, I'm a big believer in what we're doing in taxes. I'm going to differ with my friend on lifting of the oil ban, oil export ban. But I think, and I'm happy to do them here. But again, our friends, the authorizers, need to authorize, need to get this stuff done and let us do the thing we know the most. But if you don't, if you want to kind of cede all the power to the Appropriations Committee, you couldn't put it in better hands than Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Lowy. So if you guys want to make us the only committee that matters in Congress, that's okay by me.
And if the gentleman would yield,
I certainly yield to my friend.
since you are the distinguished chairman of, as my Chairman has said, of the committee that funds a whole wide range of programs, Labor HHS. I want to thank you for your leadership, and I'm particularly appreciative of the important investment we're making in the National Institutes of Health, because we all face so many challenges among our friends and our colleagues who are suffering from a variety of illnesses, and to know that these investments can really save lives. So I want to thank you for your leadership, and although we all wish we could have put even more money in Head Start, you did a good job there, and other education initiatives and workplace-related initiatives, and I cannot say that if you had even more money to spend in those areas, we could help even more children. But I particularly want to thank you for your leadership in funding the National Institutes of Health. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, yield.
I certainly yield the chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I've just been handed the letter, the statement of administration policy. The White House recommends this bill, urges its passage, as well as the tax extender package. So that's an important piece of information that we have now.
That might cause us a problem on our side of the aisle, Mr. Chairman, but I think we're going to work through it. Now, seriously, the administration's worked in very good faith here. And again, this is a compromise. I wish it would have been in smaller bites and more transparent so more members could appreciate it, or participate in it, but we are where we are, and it is late in the year. But this is a major accomplishment. This is something, honestly, that the people that vote for can take a great deal of pride, whether they're Democrat or Republican, because there are a lot of good things. And I want to end by echoing my friend, Ms. Fox, who made a really important point. Don't vote against the bill for what's not in it. That is a perverse way of going. If you're opposed to what's in the bill, that's a different thing, and I understand it. But you can't ask us to say, you've got to give me everything I want, since you couldn't get this in there. Even though I like the rest of it, I think the military needs to be funded, and I, too, will want to see that the NIH is out there fighting Alzheimer's and fighting cancer, and that the Center for Disease Control is protecting us from infection. I can't vote for that. Really? You really, I think, hopefully can, and I think we have the opportunity, as our members learn more about this bill, to get, I hope, a big bipartisan vote. That is a really substantial number of votes from both sides of the aisle. Again, I commend both my friends for all they've done to put us in this position. Look forward to working with them on the floor to get it across the finish line. And then going home to peace, quiet, and certainty for the American people at Christmas time. All things they deserve. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman very much. Gentleman yields back his time to the gentleman, Judge Hastings.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I echo the sentiments of those that have thanked Chairman and the ranking member, as well as their staffs, for the extraordinary work that they have done. The Chairman mentioned the statement of administration policy. I'd like to ask unanimous consent that it be placed into the record.
Thank you very much.
And just lift one sentence from it, and that is, the administration appreciates the bipartisan effort to provide full-year appropriations legislation for FY 2016, largely free of new, unrelated ideological riders, and take a critical step toward a simpler, fairer tax code and strong economy, and urges the Congress to pass this legislation. This contemplates both what we're talking about now as well as all the tax extenders. Thank you for allowing the unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman. I'm hesitant to bring this up because it's a segue into the chairman or the ranking member of one of our subcommittees on the Rules Committee. We do have two subcommittees, and Chairman Woodall, and I serve with him, has indicated a desire, or perhaps even a suggestion that we have two-year budgeting. And with all the difficulties that we have had getting to this point, I'm hesitant to bring it up. But I would like Chairman and Rogers and Ranking Member Lowy, you all have been here a long time, and I'm sure that this isn't the first time that somebody has mentioned two-year budgeting. But what's your take? And I ask it for advice and not trying to be facetious or anything. I've kind of advocated before I ever knew Robert that maybe we should have two-year budgeting, but I find that this place can't think beyond next week, let alone too much on the future. But just in a sentence, would either of you indicate what your practical idea would be with reference to whether or not we could accomplish that?
I think the gentleman brings up a good point, and I appreciate it. I think if we do two-year budgeting is a big help, because it gives us some certainty about the next year. And we've actually had that the last two terms. We knew in advance what we were going to do the next year. However, we need annual appropriations. Two-year budgeting, but give us one-year appropriations, because things change, and you need to adjust to the needs of the moment, and you can't predict that until the time comes. But it would give us some certainty about how we ask agencies to respond to us. If we do two-year appropriations, then that off year, the agencies can thumb their noses at the Congress. So I like the idea of a two-year budget, provided you have one-year appropriations.
Right. Ms. Lloyd?
And I thank you for bringing up that issue, and you could see why the chairman and I work so well together, because I agree with him 100%. The world changes. You look what's happening with the tremendous challenge of ISIS. And I think it's absolutely essential that we have annual appropriations bills so we can review all the bills and make sure that we're responding to current events. So I agree with the chairman.
Well, that's a good lead-in, and I'll yield to my good friend from Georgia, who I'm sure is glad that I brought it up. We can use these two witnesses when you hold that hearing. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Georgia, the young vice chairman of the committee, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Things do change. Sadly, in this case, things tend to stay the same as we do December appropriations bill after December appropriations bill after December appropriations bill. I understand the committee's desire to get its work done each and every year. Doesn't provide much certainty to anyone who serves our constituents when they don't get their October money until December, and that's December if they're lucky. I am reminded of the last cycle where we did have a two-year budgeting process where you had a top-line number you could work with. You moved your first appropriations bill out of committee in the last week of April. You moved it 416-1. And it went to the Senate, where it sat and did absolutely nothing. It was the VA bill, and the VA didn't get its money until December 16th of 2014. You did everything you could to start the process earlier and get the work done here. At some point, it's not a process issue, it's a personalities issue, and if we can't count on one another to take our work seriously, then it doesn't matter what rules we have for the process won't get done. And it is valuable as we talk about process changes to have an example of what the committee would do if only you got your top line numbers earlier. And yes, passing full bills across the House floor before the end of April is a real step. I wanted to ask you one other process question with my time. Ordinarily, we'd be doing a conference report. If we'd moved the VA bill in the House, the VA bill in the Senate, we'd come together, have a conference report, everybody would have put their signature on it, and that's what we'd have today. But instead, we have a bill and a joint explanatory statement. Could you help me understand the legal dynamic of, instead of having a conference report where everything is drafted in legislative language, the combination of an appropriations bill with a joint explanatory statement attached?
I'm not sure I understand what the gentleman is after.
When I'm thinking about what the law of the land is at the end of our process here, when when the president says he encourages the signing of the bill, we'll have a bill that has appropriations language in it, but we'll also have a joint explanatory statement that goes along with the bill, different from a conference report that would have captured everything line by line.
Staff informs me that we have a statement of an explanation that has the same effect as this not being a conference report. We have language in the bill explaining that this has the same effect as a conference report.
We've moved so many conference reports in the last few weeks. It wouldn't have surprised me to move yet another one if only the Senate had been able to cooperate with us. I've been watching the drooping eyelids of your teams who have gone through that nonstop rush to the finish line. I appreciate you all getting us here today. Be happy to yield to the chairman.
There's language in the bill. Let me read it to you. Quote, "The explanatory statement regarding this act printed in the House of Representatives section of the Congressional Record on or about December 17, 2015, by the chairman of the Committee on Appropriations of the House shall have the same effect with respect to the allocation of funds and implementations of divisions A through L of this act as if it were a joint explanatory statement of a committee of conference." End of quote.
I thank the chairman for that. There are still so many members. Most of us have been here for 5 years or less. We've never seen the full appropriations process go through. I guess there would be those of us who've been here for 20 years or less who have not seen the 1998, I think, was the last time we'd finished 12 bills 13 bills at that time by the start of the fiscal year. I am so optimistic about that in this upcoming cycle. And the truth is, whenever the two of you come before this committee, I'm always more optimistic when I leave than when I arrive. And I thank you for the work that you do to make that possible. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. And let me just tell you, the perspective from up here looks great. I can get used to that. Gentleman from Colorado, you're recognized.
Well, like many members, I'm just seeing this, for the first time. I wasn't awake at 1:30 in the morning when it was posted. So I'm sure I will have lots of questions, but we don't seem to have a lot of time to get them out. At this point, I'm just trying to figure out what's in the bill. Do you know what the bill wound up doing with one program that I'm watching is the EB5 program, which was set to expire along with a lot of these other things? What happened with that?
It's a simple one-year extension.
Okay, I know that there were negotiations, and I think that there was a widely agreed upon longer-term extension that made some important reforms that Republicans and Democrats involved with this issue wanted in both the House and the Senate. And I was hopeful that that would have made its way into this bill. I'm hopeful that soon we can do that, but I wanted to ask you about the status of that longer-term authorization.
That particular item was negotiated at the leadership level, and they could not come to.
Okay.
If I may, I would like to comment on that. As our chairman said, there's a one-year extension, but this is a perfect example of a discussion we had a few minutes ago about the authorizers doing their work. And certainly this is a program that should be discussed by the authorizers, and if legislation is proposed, it should be thoroughly debated by both sides. And if they did their work, it wouldn't be part of the appropriations process at all.
That's right. It should have been done months ago, certainly, and it's not particularly controversial. I think last time the House voted on it, it passed something like 400 to 10 or 15. I mean, it's a very important crew. It creates jobs, drives investment in our country. I'm glad that at least it's not expiring, so this vehicle will prevent it from expiring. But like so many things, markets and people can react better when things are predictable over time on authorizing statute. So expenditures will change each year, and that's your job, and you do that well, and you do your best. But the authorizing legislation should be done in a more thoughtful and predictable manner over time. So I was hopeful the longer-term version would have been included in this bill. Obviously, that'll now go back to the authorizing process, but at least it won't expire through this bill. Again, other than that, I'm just beginning to read this bill myself, so I'll have to find people later for questions, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the chair and ranking member for being here and all their work on this bill and all the staff's work on it. I know it's not an easy process, and you've been at it a very long time. And I just want to ask a few questions. A lot of stuff's already come up, but I think the gentlelady from New York asked about the fuel cell language. So the solar investment tax credit and the wind investment tax credit was included. Is it possible it was just an error that the fuel cells were not included in that? Because they've always been done together historically. Or was this a conscious decision to pick winners and losers? I know that's not an easy question to answer, but.
That item, again, was negotiated by the leadership, and we had no part of it. So.
I was going to say the same thing. As you know, during this process, there were certain issues that had various points of views that couldn't be resolved at our level, and this was a leadership decision that was made.
Okay. Like everybody else, I have things I like in the bill. I have things I don't like in the bill. I'm proud of the work you did. Everything's always a hard job to find common ground in this city, in this institution. So I appreciate what you did, and I appreciate all the hard work. And I do care about the fuel cell language. We have a burgeoning fuel cell, industry in Ohio, and they are going to be disadvantaged compared to wind and solar when you look at the all of the above energy policies that I believe in, and I think most of us believe in. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Stivers, Dr. Brady, I think, is going to testify shortly on the tax bill.
Okay.
Which I think that is where this.
I think it was in the omnibus. Maybe I'm wrong. But maybe he'll be able to tell me, since it is a tax portion, but I thought it was in the omnibus. Maybe I'm wrong.
It was moved into the.
Yeah, but it was negotiated in the other. Got it.
So he knows more about it than he is.
Okay, no problem. And I know I'm not trying to be difficult. It's just something I care a lot about, and I hate it when we pick winners and losers.
If the gentleman would lead.
I'd be happy to.
It's my understanding, although this was not resolved in the conference, that Mr. Tonko, who may be here, or was here, or is coming, is going to request an amendment regarding fuel cells.
Okay.
Today. He's coming.
I heard that earlier when the gentlelady from New York said it, so that was news to me then, but I'm excited about that because it does, I think we should treat them equally. That's my.
Well, I'm sure Mr. Tonko would appreciate your support of his amendment when, in fact, I don't know if he's here, but I think that's his intention.
I don't see him now, but yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Anybody else would like to? Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I want to go back just a little bit on a question that was asked by my colleague and dear friend from Georgia. The legal dynamic of a joint exploratory language, joint explanation language, and also rider language is that it has the same effect as a conference report, mainly for clarification, those kind of things. But is it not true that those language at times can also be used for other purposes, such as use in lawsuits or pushing a position that gives some effect to an outside disagreement?
I don't know the answer.
Okay, I'm going to go from my perspective and legal perspective is yes, it can, because it has. And we've seen this done in language in other bills, such as WRDA and others, in which language was expressed. And just to let you know, as your staff, can catch you up, this is a Georgia issue. This is an issue that is dealing with water issues from something that really was pretty interesting. And I want to spend just a few moments here because this is important, because this is not just something that has come up overnight. This is not something that is, just been something that was not known up until today. In fact, a pretty historical letter was sent just a few weeks ago from all 16, both Republican and Democrat, from the state of Georgia dealing with this, any language that basically what we feel like infringes on the state's rights issue of dealing with the waters between Georgia, Florida, and Alabama. This is an issue in which I, on the state level, have worked on for the 6 years that I was in the State House, but also worked on while I have been here. The best solution here is for Congress to stay out. Unfortunately, there was language appropriated in from the Senate side that directly, frankly, from my opinion, and many others, including the governor of Georgia and others over the years, that have said that this interferes with the state's ability to solve this issue, which has been litigated for many, many years. The concern we have here is in not only this, but also in the joint letter between the language here, is how do we get this out, let the governors of the 3 states solve this where it needs to be solved, and however this was put in. What disturbs me, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, about this is there's a lot of stuff that y'all have worked very hard on, that are in here. There's some, as many members have said, I agree with, disagree with. But from us, from a state perspective, this is something that I know Georgia in particular, and I know the other states as well, have spent millions of dollars trying to solve. And it's been specifically said, keep the federal government out of this. Because, again, from our perspective, as one side loses, we've won the arguments, and then we have to go back and fight something else on a new lawsuit with language that are added in as riders. This is wrong. This should not continue to happen in these bills when you have riders put on that affect basically state issue and state problems. I'm working currently with the staff. I'm working currently with hopefully leadership. I know that we're on the long end of this rope. I understand that. But this is something that affects our state. It should affect the other states that are involved in this and should not come in the form of riders. And that has become part of this issue for me, is saying why. I mean, the language that is added here is basically, in the words of some of ours, is basically taken as a slap in the face to the state of Georgia. Because this is not something that should be in here. It's not something that we should be dealing with. If a committee chair wants to actually work on this, then we'll deal with it that way. It is very concerning this language got in here. We're going to continue to see what we can work on. I want to thank you for the main part of your bill, which has, frankly, didn't come with these riders. We're going to continue to work on this and look at it. I needed to bring this forward because this is an issue that will not be fixed unless it's gone in some ways, or that we can mitigate it in some other fashion. But we shouldn't have to be doing this in an omnibus, and we shouldn't have to be doing it when, again, all 16 members of the both bicameral delegation from Georgia, both Republicans and Democrats, came together and said, this is a really problematic point for us. And now, frankly, the language that has been added could actually involve other states in the joint explanation. Actually, by putting multi-states, could actually involve other states, not just the Georgia-Florida part. And I know there may be some disagreement and legal disagreement about that, but when you look at it from that perspective, there is that issue. So with that, I've made my case. There's a lot of things still going on in this. I hope that we can continue to work for this. This is a very much of a problematic issue for Georgia. It's problematic for us. We are working on some back angles trying to fix this. But, Mr. Chairman, mainly, I just wanted to use this time to say thanks for your work. There's a lot of things in here I'm appreciative of. There's some things I'd always disagree with, but it is a shame to me that we get this kind of report language that ends up. I'll always yield, Chairman.
The omnibus blocks all Senate efforts that would disproportionately advantage Alabama over other states. We stopped a Senate proposal that would have prohibited the Corps from reallocating or even studying the reallocation of water in the Alabama-Coosa-Tallapoosa River Basin. It blocked the expansion of that proposal to the Apalachicola-Chattahoochee Flint River Basin. It stopped language that would have elevated Florida's environmental concerns above all other concerns within the ACF River Basin. And fourthly, it halted Senate language that would have required congressional notification of any instance of an Act River Basin water user withdrawing water in excess of the contracted amount. The legislation also replaces problematic Senate report language regarding notifications from the Corps to DOJ of violations of federal water contracts involving the ACT. The new report language in the omnibus is not specific to any water basin and merely asks for a report from DOJ of any violations of water contracts reported by the Corps. However, of significant note, DOJ indicates that they have never received any notifications of violations from the Corps to date and don't expect any. So therefore, the report would not include any information on violations.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that, and I appreciate, the staff working on that and providing that information. We're very thankful what was kept out. The problem is what was left, and there is a genuine disagreement. It's one of those things that may seem odd to you if you look at it in this piece of paper. If I told you to comment on this piece of paper, and you comment on this piece of paper because that's all you see. What I don't show you is the history behind that I actually want you to comment on. And what we're dealing here is a history that involves far beyond the single focused issue of the language that has been presented in this. It was taken out in the energy and water side. We understand that. And that was very much appreciated. We've got that. But it was then turned around and added into language that is problematic and considered problematic. Again, the issue that we have here should be noted that language of a similar attempt was inserted into WARDA when it was said this is nothing but language that was a clarification, very non-combative, whatever you want to call it, language, and then ended up as being cited in a lawsuit in this case. That's why we say that this is not simply just an issue of language and how it's written. It is a fact of the 30-plus year history that this is being used for. It's used for leverage. It is used for here, and this is the problematic part that we have. I know there can be disagreements. I'm an attorney. I can make arguments on both sides. I know yours can as well. The issue we have here is we have history backing it up that this actually is problematic. And by being non-specific, and at this point not having a report is not the issue, but the gentleman who offered this would not have agreed to the language probably if it had been taken out, because they want it in this way. It is non-specific, but when you think about this, when you look at back to 2005, it's an interesting date to go back to. It's an interesting date to go back to for 10 years. It's an interesting date to go back to when you say multi-state. Georgia is one of those that's involved in multi-state water negotiation problems. So I think the issue here is, Mr. Chairman, I have great respect for you and the ranking member. You're not going to be able to, at this point, unless we can strip this language, solve our problem right now. Georgia, Florida, and Alabama need to solve this.
But Jim,
Always.
we understand fully what you're talking about. We're talking about some way to help you solve this problem, so we'll continue to work with you.
And again, I think from my perspective, that's why I needed to bring this up and continue. You have to understand from my perspective, me and my friend from Florida, this needs to be solved with the governors of those states. They need to get together, solve this, and quit this game playing in riders to the omnibus appropriations bill, because this will come back unless we can work it out and get it fixed now, and I do appreciate that. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
If the gentleman will yield, I just want to say again, and I don't know a thing about this issue, but you explain yourself so eloquently, and it's another reason why we shouldn't be legislating on an appropriations bill.
And that is why I'm proud that our speaker has said that we're going to be working these in regular order, and I would encourage colleagues on both sides bicameral to say this is the way it needs to be done. The people of this country need this, and we need to address this in these simple orders. I do appreciate your comments and do yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Thank you. The good gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I assume that the appropriated amount to the Department of Defense is the same as was provided for in the budget deal reached between former Speaker Boehner and the President.
That's correct.
And I'll remind members of the committee that when Chairman Thornberry was here on the National Defense Authorization Act, the amount that we authorized was, as he said, the lower ragged edge of what the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff said the Department of Defense needed, and the budget deal reached by former Speaker Boehner and the President was $5 billion below that amount. So the appropriators have followed what that budget deal says, but that budget deal actually went below the lower ragged edge of what we were told from Chairman Thornberry was needed. I further assume that this appropriation bill contains the money for the refugee program from the Department of State.
Yeah. The bill maintains the 015 level for migration and refugee assistance, $3.06 billion total in both base and OCO.
And I'll remind, go ahead.
Additional funds are available if needed to respond to humanitarian crises overseas, but not for the domestic refugee resettlement program.
And the decision-making about who would fit into that, who wouldn't, would be up to the executive branch, not up to us.
Yes.
That right? That right?
Ask the question again.
The decision about who would fall into the category of someone who would be eligible to come in under that refugee program would be up to the discretion of the executive branch.
That's correct.
Right. So we know that the President ordered the executive branch in September of this year to admit during this fiscal year 10,000 refugees from Syria. So this funding would allow him to do that, use this money for that under his discretion.
As I understand it, there's no specific amount for what's called resettlement.
But it's within the discretion of the executive branch, and if they've been ordered, if that department's been ordered by the President to admit 10,000 refugees from Syria, then this money can and perhaps certainly will be used for that, pursuant to a President's order.
As I understand it, it would be in the President's discretion to do that, but they would have to go through all of the procedures to bring.
So long as they comply with their procedures, they could let in the 10,000 Syrian refugees the President has ordered.
The funding is at last year's level, and 2 out of the $3 billion is for resettlement overseas, not here.
So they couldn't use any money that's being appropriated this bill to pay for the resettlement of Syrian refugees in this country.
It could,
They could,
yes. Up to the 1 billion.
up to,
If they have an admissions program that's within their base program, and about 900 million is their base, and some of it is their admissions program. Yes, sir.
Some of the money could be used for that purpose, yes.
and I remember last year, one of the big issues was whether there was money being appropriated for the president to implement his executive orders granting executive amnesty to immigrants. Is there funding in here to implement those executive orders that are not enjoined?
There is no money for that purpose.
Okay, so it would be safe to say that if you voted for this appropriations bill, you would not be voting to fund a penny towards an executive action by the President of the United States to grant amnesty to an immigrant.
That's exactly correct.
Very important to know. On the fiduciary rule, the Department of Labor has issued that rule, and I assume that the funding's in place for the Department of Labor to use its funding to implement that rule.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate the clarification on those 4 points. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. So I'll recognize myself for as much time as I may consume. First of all, I just want to, and this isn't directed at our two witnesses necessarily, but probably, I guess, to all of us. I share much of the frustration in the process that we find ourselves, and our speaker has stated on many occasions this is not where we should be, and I totally agree with that. And I think the fact that, well, we have sitting in front of us, or some of us do, the bill that we're considering, which the gentleman from Colorado hasn't had time to read. I have to admit I haven't either. Certainly there are a lot of things in there that I'm sure are good, probably a lot of things that many of us would maybe have a hard time voting yes on if they were in there individually. And so the frustration, I've had a lot of questions over the last several weeks from many interested parties on how things are going, where things are, and frankly, partly as being a freshman, I suppose, I couldn't answer very well, but part of this process, I think many of us found ourselves in that position of not knowing because the negotiations were up at much higher levels. And so getting to whatever regular order is, the committee process, doing the bulk of the work, I think is going to be a healthy thing, one that will give us all the ability to feel like that we are contributing, and I think it's probably much more what the underlying intention of the process was supposed to be. So anyway, just to echo some of the frustrations that I've heard from many of the other questioners today. Having said that, without going into a lot of detail, there are some things in the bill that I find should be pointed out as far as my perspective, coming from the state of Washington, coming from the western part of the United States. There are many things that we're interested in. Some are addressed, some are not. One thing in particular that was probably close to number one on my list and has been addressed, and so I have to at least offer a word of thanks for the recognition of the federal government's responsibility to continue nuclear cleanup. In my state, we have the largest nuclear cleanup project in the nation. There are several around the country, and so your commitment that is expressed in the bill is, I think, admirable, and it underscores the federal government's responsibility as well as its important obligation. Along those lines, also, there's funds to continue looking at Yucca Mountain as an option for a nuclear waste depository, so I think that's a positive thing to point out. Jumping around, I would have to take the other position. I think the country of origin labeling language that's in the bill is a good thing. It will avoid us as a nation having to be subjected to a huge amount of unfair, I think, retaliatory tariffs from our two neighbors of Mexico and Canada. So I think it was a huge thing to get that language in the bill, and appreciate that very much. As you know, the western United States is experiencing some very interesting weather issues, drought situation, and so addressing some of that with some increased funding toward drought relief was important. Along those lines, in my district in central Washington, the last 2 years have had record-setting catastrophic wildfires, and provisions in this language in the bill address that, so that we can move towards better forest management on our national lands and get out of the cycle of battling these catastrophic fires, preventing them in the first place, and managing our federal forests better. So I appreciate that very much as well. So there's many things. We can all point to good things in there, but there's also some things that are lacking in this bill. And like I said, many of us in the rural and western parts of the United States find a long list of things that have been omitted from this negotiated deal. There are several members in the waiting to speak on this, and I see the chairman of our Western Caucus, Mrs. Lummis, wanting to, I think, take some time to talk about some of these issues. I'm hopeful that some of those priorities will be moved forward at some point in the very, very near future. Issues that maybe don't. Many people in Congress can't relate to, but a huge part of the Western United States is federal property, and many things the federal government does impacts us and our ability to improve our economy, to create jobs. And I'm talking about things as it relates to Environmental Protection Agency, the regulations as it pertains to clean air and clean water, the restrictions that are placed on people in the West and their ability to grow an economy are huge. We have issues with endangered species, with particular ones like sage grouse and prairie chickens and things like that, that have a huge impact. Other provisions, I think, are probably more widespread around the nation. You talk about the stream protection rule and what impacts that will have on our coal industry, which not only impacts the West, but many areas of this country in ways that maybe we haven't realized, that not just in jobs, but also in our nation's electricity production and what the higher cost of power will be in our country. So just a lot of things that are concerning that were left out. I think that speaks to the process itself, though. It's unfortunate that we couldn't get all 12 bills passed through the floor of the House, so we couldn't discuss some of these things that we'd have every member feel like they had input and priorities could be brought up. Issues that other people don't know about in other parts of the country could be included because they are huge priorities in certain parts of the country. And so that's a huge failing of the system that we're using today. And so count me as a fan of regular order, and I think from what I hear from other people in the room, that there are many of us in that boat. I guess all that, there should be a question in there somewhere, but I guess my question would be pertaining to some of those issues in the Natural Resources Department of Interior area. Would there be a commitment on the part of the chairman and the ranking member to bring those issues forward, that they can be considered in a more productive way? Maybe if you could speak to that and why they weren't included in this particular piece of legislation.
There are a number of provisions that relate to the concerns of the gentleman. For example, we prohibit the EPA from implementing various harmful, costly regulations, including regulating the lead content in ammunition and fishing tackle, for example. Implementing onerous greenhouse gas regulations for livestock producers. We enhanced the congressional oversight of EPA's review of mining permits. We forced the Department of the Interior to work with states on the stream buffer zone rule, so been referred to prevent unnecessary harm to mining operations. We prevent the Bureau of Land Management from hiking oil and gas inspection fees and burdening ranchers with higher grazing fees. We prohibit funding for the Fish and Wildlife Service to issue any rules to place greater sage grouse on the endangered species list. We prohibit the Department of the Interior from administratively creating new wilderness areas. We cut the EPA funding severely. They're back now to a staffing level of 1989. So there are a number of things in this bill that I think would satisfy the gentleman, not perfectly. We didn't get all we wanted, or I didn't, but we're on track. And I'm very deeply interested in the western U.S. problems that the rest of the country doesn't know much about.
If the gentleman would yield.
Absolutely.
I just want to comment on your very thoughtful presentation. And I just remind ourselves that there are 435 members of Congress representing many, many different points of view. Many of the items that you reference, without giving your judgments on them, should be taken up in the authorizing process where there has to be healthy debate. So I'm just not going to comment on each of them. Some we can agree on, many I would disagree with, but I do think that your thoughtful approach warrants further discussion, and I would hope that as we begin the new fiscal year, the authorizers would take responsibility for debates, thoughtful agreements and disagreements, and I'm sure your input would be respected and considered. But what happens when the authorizers don't do their work, every side of these debates, which are very serious, may or may not be resolved. And as we were saying before, that some of these issues cannot be resolved among the appropriators, among the chair and the ranking member and all the ranking members of the 12 committees, so they're pushed up at the end to the leadership level. So I just want to say that I appreciate your thoughtful questions, and I hope we can address them more thoughtfully in the next session of Congress.
Appreciate that. I agree. It should be in the committees of jurisdiction where the expertise lies, at least it should.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah. I appreciate that. Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you very much, Hal and Anita. I want to thank you for taking time to be here. This is more than just your lick at us and our lick back at you, but really to go into these bills and determine more about them. I would like to say, if I can, straight up, that I've been pleased with the amount of information that is available to not only our members in a summary form, but also the American public, who can look at all 12 spending bills, ascertain where we were, where we're headed, what's included, the important, which might be extraneous material about what the key issues were. It is available to our members. It's available to them before they have to make a decision necessarily on Friday. Yes, sir. Yes,
It's
sir.
also available to the public.
Well, that was, yes, sir.
Online.
And to the public.
Yeah, online.
Online, I will apologize for the Rules Committee. As chairman, I have to recognize this. Last night and part of today, the parliamentarian and the Rules Committee website was virtually inundated, not taken down. It was inundated with millions of requests for a lot of data, a lot of information, and I do recognize that. So next time we go to ask for more money in the budget, maybe they'll hear us and be more beneficial to us. But I want you to know I do recognize that, but it is available. Now, for my time, what I'd like to say is thank you. Thank you to each one of you for sticking to your duty, sticking to working together. I will tell you, I'm interested in not just notwithstanding what might be a Texas issue, but rather an issue for the country. Lifting the oil ban would create an estimated 1 million American jobs that would impact all 50 states. And within a matter of years, just within a year or two as it kicks off, NETA would add $170 billion annually to our GDP. But there's more to the story. The more to the story is that what would happen is that lifting the ban would also increase overall energy supplies, which would directly benefit the consumer. And according to the Government Accounting Office, consumer gas prices here at home could drop again as much as 13 cents per gallon. Well, just a few short years ago, we became distressed all across this country. In particular, I work with lots of disabled families who many times have larger vehicles, some things that might be called gas guzzlers, but they need them because they have a lift for people who would be associated with wheelchairs, and lots of our veterans and veterans' family who are trying to take care of these veterans who have needs of a wheelchair. And we were faced with a near disaster as families were trying to struggle to pay $4 and some for gasoline. This weekend, Dallas, Texas, $1.71 for gasoline. $1.71 for gasoline, which means that families have seen a huge advantage for not only the technology, but also the willingness of this United States Congress to stay after this. And Mr. Chairman, and I know not everybody has to agree with it, but getting $170 billion worth of GDP out of this arrangement is an important thing. All 50 states, jobs for people, 1 million American jobs. You know, I don't know how it's said best, but, you know, success has many fathers or many mothers. Even people who vote no, if this passes, will get the benefit of $170 billion worth of GDP and 1 million American jobs, and price they could fall again, 13 cents a gallon. I'd like to say that's Exhibit A of the kind of work, Mr. Chairman, that you have produced for this country on a bipartisan basis with the United States Senate and the White House. So I'm not going to rest my case. I will admit that the processes sometimes get difficult on us, but the success is the product. The success is the product, and this has much to be done. So, Chairman, I will give you back my time. Yes, sir.
We conclude this panel. Could I be recognized for a question?
Absolutely. Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you. And Chairman Rogers, I know we've been here a long time, and I apologize, but today we got news that the Federal Reserve raised the interest rate 0.25 percentage point. At what point do we need to begin to factor that back into our budgetary estimates? I mean, that is going to have a direct impact upon our interest payments on the national debt, is it not? And therefore affect the amount of monies that are available for discretionary spending. Is that not correct?
Answer that on the next.
It's correct, but I'm no expert on this topic you're talking about.
And I see Mr. Levin sitting here, and he might be able to respond in a more thoughtful manner.
I will await the response. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Are there any other members that wish to speak? Well, I want to thank our esteemed panelists this afternoon. Appreciate you coming, sharing with us. It's been a very interesting conversation, very important topic, and thank you very much for being here.
Thank you
Chairman.
very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to all the members.
And I want to thank the chairman and repeat again that as the ranking member, it's been a pleasure working with our chairman, and I'm particularly grateful for the extraordinary staff on both sides of the aisle on appropriations, because they'll be delighted to finally get to sleep when there is a vote on this bill.
I don't know why we gave them one day off, to tell you the truth.
I don't know why we can't get this done and vote on Thursday. Couldn't you make that happen? Maybe you will.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
So I'll close the hearing on the omnibus portion of today's hearing, and there will be amendments to that. There are some people that...
You asked if anybody else wanted to give testimony.
What about amendments?
Let me.
Okay. They can. I'll get out of your way.
You're doing great. Okay, we're now going to move, as we announced previously, we were going to now finish off the last portion of this, which would be considered the tax portion of this H.R. 2029. Then we'll go immediately to amendments. The Committee on Ways and Means would have the gentleman from
Mr. Chairman.
Texas. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not quarreling with the procedure, but were the other members that are here for the omnibus, or
Yes,
are
sir.
they here for the...
Thank you very much. What we're doing is we have members of the committee, and I did not know who all was going to be here. For instance, we have Mr. Bustani who's coming in here. The first part, as we announced in the beginning, we're going to go do this part, then the tax part, and then go to amendments.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
But this closed that portion of that hearing. So we'll now go to the gentleman, Mr. Brady, the gentleman, Mr. Levin, with the expert witness, Dr. Bustani, who is here. And I am delighted, Mr. Chairman Brady, that you decided to include that. What we want to do is get it right. And the explanation that would be before this committee is always most important, and a lot of people are watching, so thank you very much. Without objection, anything you have in writing, we'd love for you to leave for our awesome stenographer. It only helps her to get right whatever you said. The gentleman, Chairman Brady, is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm pleased to be here with the ranking member, Mr. Levin, but with also Dr. Charles Bustani, Chairman of our Tax Policy Subcommittee. I'd like to talk to you about the Protecting Americans from Tax Hikes bill, also known as the PATH Act. Throughout our negotiations on this bill, our focus has been on delivering a package that will grow our economy and help American taxpayers keep more of their hard-earned dollars, and that's what this bill does. First, it prevents a major $600 billion tax increase on the American people. Second, by making a number of temporary tax provisions permanent, it will deliver predictability, clarity, and certainty for individual taxpayers, as well as people managing businesses and trying to invest for the future. As we all know too well, how our country manages its tax code makes absolutely no sense. How can families and local businesses count on tax relief each year as long as Congress can't decide what's permanent and what's not? That confusion ends with this bill. With this bill in place, Americans will no longer have to worry each December if Congress will take action to extend certain tax relief measures they have come to rely on. And this includes allowing state and local sales tax deductions for families, providing small businesses tax relief, and offering incentives for innovation, including the Research and Development Tax Credit. Third, this is a pro-growth bill. Permanent tax relief will make it easier for employers to plan ahead, hire new workers, grow their businesses, and invest in the communities. Fourth, Americans who are frustrated by Washington waste will be pleased to know that our bill contains strong measures to fight fraud and abuse in tax credit programs. These are the first significant provisions since the 1990s. And while these provisions are significant, they are only a small down payment on Republican efforts to make these tax provisions that today are far too prone to error and abuse more accountable. Next year, Congress will take more actions to ensure that people cannot take improper advantage of the current broken tax system. Fifth, our bill reins in the IRS and protects taxpayers, delivers the power to fire IRS employees who take politically motivated actions against taxpayers, require IRS employees to respect the taxpayer Bill of Rights, and prohibits IRS employees from using personal email accounts for official business. After witnessing years of abuse in the IRS, we can all agree that these provisions are important taxpayer victories. Finally, this bill serves as a path forward to pro-growth tax reform by ensuring that we will no longer have to spend months each year debating temporary tax extensions. Instead, Congress can focus on delivering a simple, fair, flatter tax code that's built for growth. I'm proud of this legislation and grateful for all the members of the Ways and Means Committee and those on our GOP conference who've helped us throughout the course of the negotiations. There's a lot in this, but these are the key principles. The immediate bottom line is this legislation prevents tax increases, creates more job opportunities, makes it easier for Americans to do their taxes. That's a great gift for American taxpayers and people who want and deserve a stronger U.S. economy. And I also need to make one more point about this bill. Last week I was here to talk about the bipartisan customs report who will help American workers. While the House has done its work on this important package, the Senate has failed to move forward. Because the Senate's in action, we have to extend the deadline for the outerwear provisions and deal with the authority to cut tariffs on 6 environmental goods because they were so time sensitive. Those non-controversial provisions are also in this extenders bill. With that, I'm happy to take your questions. Dr. Bastani and I are available to visit with the committee about this bill.
Chairman Brady, thank you very much. Very succinct and very clear. Mr. Levin, welcome back. We're delighted that you're here. I would remind the gentleman that at some points we do have problems hearing our great witnesses and would ask that you speak directly into the microphone.
No, I'll be glad to do that.
That sounds great. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I oppose this bill. We don't have the final score, I don't think, but it will add $600 billion to the deficit. Tax extenders are temporary for a good reason, to address their impact on the deficit, and also to take them up in the context of overall tax reform. And this bill does just the opposite. It essentially says there's a free lunch. It's the opposite of what was done by the previous chairman, David Camp, who looked at all these provisions, made some of them permanent and others not, and paid for them. Plus the fact that this bill isn't balanced. Businesses receive about 60% of these cuts. So let me just say a few words about the impact of proceeding this way, of essentially affecting the budget baseline, making these permanent, unlike the temporary. If you make them temporary, you have to pay for them in terms of the baseline. This just folds it into them. It will have a major impact on discretionary spending in the years ahead. That's the consequence of adding $600 billion to the deficit. Discretionary, non-defense appropriations today are at the lowest level in terms of overall economic structure since 1962. The lowest. Also, what this does by not offsetting now, essentially saying they won't have to be ever, and so that means that therefore it's possible for there therefore to be so-called tax reform with tax reductions that mainly benefit the very wealthy, and they essentially are arguably paid for themselves. On bonus depreciation, it's another example of what we should not be doing. Bonus depreciation has been used during periods of recession. The recession is behind us. The interest rate's been raised because of economic improvement. So what this bill does is keep a 50% for 3 years, and then down to 40, and then to 30. The likelihood is that that will continue and continue, and the overall cost of bonus depreciation on a 10-year basis is over $200 billion. Also, as part of this $600 billion package, and I'll be brief, you've been here a long time, it takes the two international tax provisions that should be looked at in tax reform. Tax provisions, in one case, $86 billion that is kept for a number of years, and the other, the look-through that's made permanent. These tax provisions have been used, from what we know, essentially as tax havens to avoid some legitimate tax purposes. There are a number of provisions in here that we very much like. The child tax credit, and the other two that are also very important, the EITC and the education provision. But the price is too high in terms of an overall package, a package of $600 billion. I'll close with this, because we've been going through this now for month after month with the majority Republicans. They passed out a committee provisions that would essentially make permanent these tax provisions, and it came up to $800 billion. The notion was, I guess, that the more you increase the deficit, the easier it's going to be to cut other taxes. It's counterintuitive. It works only if you believe that making other tax cuts pay for themselves. We've been through that now for years and years. It hasn't worked out. And that's another reason why this $600 package, on balance, is a serious mistake. And that's why I and many other Democrats in the House oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The testimony from both of you is important for this committee. It's important for members who are listening. It's important for the American public. We'll go through these some 223 pages. Our website has been inundated, people trying to get at this to determine what it is, what's in, what's out, what might be included. I don't want to argue with any one of you. I will err on the side of believing, I believe that, Mr. Chairman Brady, what you've done is awesome. I'm not going to try and quarrel with you about we've saved $600 billion or not. I would characterize it that we should not have taxed and should have made permanent IRA contributions to charity. Should never have to think we were saving people's money. We were going to do that every year also. But instead of uncertainty, Mr. Chairman, as you talked about, we're giving certainty. I don't want to argue with anybody about what's right or wrong about depreciation. Depreciation is about 2/3 of the tax code. But as you accelerate the depreciation, I will tell you, it keeps our businesses young and nimble and clean and new and everything that needs to be done so that we're competitive and we don't grow old and stagnant. And a person's business means they update with the times. It means that they fix the problems that they've got, no matter whether it's ADA compliant or the modern times. I don't think we were going to tax them for that anyway, and we shouldn't have. And lastly, R&D. The gentleman, Mr. Chairman Brady, knows that I came from high tech when I came to this job. I was a part of the original, what might be called Bell Labs team that invented the broadband way back in 1986 when I was at what was called Bell Communications Research, and we developed broadband. We didn't know what the future was, but we knew it would spawn off a revolution. technology, R&D, comes from incubators, labs, all sorts of things that accelerate to make life better. And we should never tax, and I don't think we were going to, tax R&D. It's a regular part of doing business, but we gave it to people without them having to worry about it at the end of every year. I think what you've done is given certainty. I don't know whether I would make the claim we saved $600 billion, because I think we're going to not tax people at all. But what you have done is begun a revolution in this country where people can now follow their business plan from January 1st from now on, make wise choices and decisions, buy equipment, go out and purchase American-made products, tell your workers we want to include them in, knowing that they will be included. So I'm proud of you.
Thanks.
I'm proud of you, and I think it was a job not only well done, but a great lift for people who enjoy working and benefiting and making our country stronger. Dr. Burgess?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to relate to you how optimistic I am about the future of this bill in front of us today is important, and I appreciate the work you've put in. But Chairman Brady, as I think about next year and the things to come, the good things to come, I think the winds at our back on fundamental tax reform, people have been crying for it for years, and you're going to make it happen. And I'm going to be proud to be part of that. So I just want to thank you for being here today. Thank you for working so hard on this, and I can't wait to see what's next. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. It's time the gentleman from Massachusetts
Well, thank
recognized.
you, Mr. Chairman. Let me again, just for the record, express my frustration over kind of this whole process. I don't particularly like the way, you know, whether it's the omnibus or this, at the last minute, we're being presented with this big package of a little bit of everything. And quite frankly, none of us are going to know completely what's in it by the time we vote for it. So the process is very frustrating, and that's not the fault of anybody sitting at this table. It's this institution, and it's the other body as well. But it's also, I think, a reflection on how our priorities haven't always been right. I do think we need, fundamental tax reform. I think we came, but I'm not getting to the point where I don't believe that under Republican leadership we're ever going to see it, because you've been in charge. You had your previous chairman of the Ways and Means Committee actually propose something, and then nothing happened. And quite frankly, I'm not confident that unless things change here in terms of who's running the show, whether you're ever going to see it. But let me say this. One of the things that is, and this is this is the dilemma that someone like me is in right now, because as much as I agree with all that Mr. Levin has said in terms of the fact these are unpaid for, where the lion's share of the tax cuts go, I have been, one of the things that has frustrated me most about Republican-controlled Congresses over the years is the fact that I have felt that the most vulnerable in this country have been neglected time and time again. In this deal, there is the permanent extension of the earned income tax credit and the child tax credit. I wish the child tax credit were indexed for inflation. It isn't, but nonetheless, to get those two things permanently extended for the people that I care most about is something that you can't take lightly. And this train is moving is moving out of the station, whether we all like it or not. This is what is going to go to the White House. This is what the White House, I think, has said that they're going to sign if it gets to them. And so the dilemma for people like me is trying to figure out, what is the right vote? Because again, the process is flawed. The fact that they're unpaid for is flawed. But if this is the train that's leaving the station and something that is helping people that I think have been neglected for far too long by the people who have run this institution, what do you do? And I think that's where where some of us are going to have to go through this and read it and figure out what the right vote is. But so I thank you for being here, and hopefully at some point we will get a better process in place where we're not asked to deal with these kinds of things at the last minute when nobody can. 2,000 pages on the omnibus bill all the pages on the tax extenders, trying to figure out what the costs are, what the implications are. It's really not the way the people's house should be run. But anyway, with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. I'm sorry, does the gentleman seek time to engage your witnesses that we have?
If my witnesses want to, if you want to, I don't want to cut anybody off. But
I'll make a brief comment with the indulgence of the chairman. We are going to do tax reform. A lot of hard work's been done over the past 3 years on the committee, past 4 years on the committee under Chairman Camp, Chairman Ryan, and now Chairman Brady. We have examined the entirety of the code. We've put a lot of proposals out there, and the American people want tax reform. I think that's something we can agree upon in a bipartisan way. The country desperately needs growth, economic growth, prosperity, and it's not going to happen without tax reform. We, in this package, have broken a cycle that's been around for a long time, where we don't do much in terms of tax, and at the last minute, we choose to extend some of these tax provisions on a temporary basis. It's created a tremendous amount of uncertainty for the American people, for businesses to plan, at a time when there's already this atmosphere of uncertainty with the economy to begin with. It's a terrible environment for business. The American economy must be made stronger and must be put back in a position of prosperity and growth if we're going to be able to lead the global economy in growth, which is also struggling. So with this bill, we've broken the charade. We have broken the cycle. We are now making some of these provisions permanent that we agree should be made permanent. We're setting the stage for tax reform. If we could have had further cooperation with the administration and our colleagues in the Senate, perhaps we could have gone even further. I think this is a very ambitious package. It is pro-growth. It's going to help not only business, but families. And it's a very important first step to moving forward on tax reform. And I hope that we will have a robust debate going into next year with our colleagues on the Ways and Means Committee in the House, and hopefully with our colleagues in the Senate to move forward. But tax reform is an imperative.
yeah, well, let me just amend what I said. I get tax reform that actually will pass both chambers and go to the White House to be signed. Maybe that's what I should have said in the beginning. And again,
that is our goal.
And part of the, part of my critique of some of the tax issues that have been brought up here is they seem to be focused on people who are well off and have ignored people who are struggling and who are vulnerable. I think it's important, and I acknowledge that in this package, I mean, there's a permanent extension of the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit. I'm not diminishing that. To me, that is important. So it's the only thing that gives me pause here. But I got to tell you, I've been troubled over the years that population has been consistently and in some cases deliberately ignored. And so I hope we can get tax reform that is balanced. But I do think that again, the way this whole thing is brought up is not ideal. But you can't ignore the fact that that people who are struggling in this country, 60 million people, in particular, could be helped by this, and these are people who, again, this Congress has ignored. So I appreciate it, and I.
Mr. McGovern,
yeah.
Could I just comment very briefly? I think your feelings are totally shared. I think one needs to understand this isn't a step forward in the tax reform. It takes certain pieces out, and it said it's made permanent. I'm afraid bonus depreciation, by doing it this way,
Put your mic on me.
will become, I'm sorry. It's right. Will become permanent. And let me just say a word about certainty and uncertainty. When you do $600 billion unpaid for, the result is certainty that the pressure on discretionary non-defense will grow and grow and grow. As I said, it's the lowest level in terms of our economic package since 1962. It's been going down and down, except in the few years after the 2008 election. So not only is this a step backwards in terms of tax reform, but it's also creating immense additional pressures on what matters most to the people who are in the middle class and who are struggling out of poverty, and that is to be able to address discretionary programs, non-defense, so that we reverse this trend towards more, less, and less discretionary spending, whether it's education, whatever it is, whether it's health research, whatever it is, you name it. The pressures on our budget have been so immense on the programs that matter so much. We haven't even been able to find real money for infrastructure. And this bill, $600 billion, moves us further and further in that direction. Thank you.
And I get it. I just, again, this train is moving out of the station, and you know, and in it, there's something that I care very deeply about. And so, and I
share that.
And that's where we're gonna have to wrestle with this over the next 24 hours. But I thank the chairman. I yield back.
Yes, sir. Judge Hastings, do you seek time? Gentleman's recognized.
I'll be beyond brief. I just think that there are going to be members here that are going to have angst because of they're forced to vote on a really complicated matter in a short period of time. This bill is 233 pages, and I doubt very seriously if three-quarters of the membership have a clue about what's in it and what's not in it. Also, members are going to have some angst about the cost of this measure. And perhaps I need to get a firm figure by asking Mr. Levin and Mr. Brady, what is the cost estimate for this measure?
The cost is, yes, it is $629 billion over 10 years.
Is that correct, Sandy?
I guess that's the latest. I said 600. I guess we now have an estimate from joint tax.
Then when we post our vote, whatever day that is, I'll be interested in seeing what the deficit hawks in Congress have to say. If they don't have any angst, then I guess I should shut up if they can get past their agony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Well, I was just going to say, Mr. Hastings.
Does the gentleman wish to seek the time with the committee? Our witnesses, the gentleman may want to engage you. Give the gentleman time.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I'll be equally brief. The good news is we've all seen these provisions. This was extended a year ago, all these provisions, unfortunately just temporary, for a year backward, which means families, small businesses couldn't even count on the tax relief that they were owed. 4 years ago, we all voted on this exact same package as well. Most of us could probably memorize and have the tax provisions here. So the difference is we are making many of them permanent so our families and businesses can count on them. My thought, too, we probably ought to stop a bit of this charade on the cost. The truth is, we have been extending these provisions for 1 year at a time, every year. Some of these have been extended for 34 years, others for 19, 17 years. We know them well. So whether you extend them 1 year without paying for them, and you shouldn't, or 2 years, or 5, or 10, the annual cost is exactly the same. Whether you buy the pie one slice at a time, or you buy the whole thing, the cost is the same. The difference is, for growing this disappointing economy, the most disappointing recovery since World War II, our families and businesses need this relief. And I'll finish here. Preventing a tax increase on families and businesses is never a cost. Never. We've always worked hard as Republicans to stop Washington from taking more money from the hardworking taxpayers who earned it. And our belief is this is not Washington's money. This is our taxpayers. And in this instance, for the exact same price, we provide them the tax relief they can count on.
Mr. Hastings, could I?
Yes, Mr. Levin.
To call a $600 billion 629 a charade is a serious mistake.
As you know, Mr. Levin,
it's a serious mistake for a number of reasons. When they're temporary, it has two benefits. You can examine them every year and you can delete them. as the bonus depreciation should be deleted. There's also a major impact in terms of the tax bases and whether or not you have to pay for these reductions in the taxes. And your notion basically is you don't have to pay for tax cuts because they pay for themselves, and this is another
That is not
step.
correct, Mr.
Well,
Levin.
that's been the notion behind the tax policies of the Republicans.
Extending these temporarily have zero benefits, especially when you extend them in December 15th for the year that's almost done. And as chairman of the Ways and Means Committee yourself, you extended these provisions without paying for them.
Yeah,
You know, and had no complaints about that. So just
Don't
creating
say-
honest, true accounting
Don't
of the
say I didn't
tax
have
code.
any complaints. When we extended them, we did not extend them thinking that they would be permanent.
You extended them for that period.
Yes,
without-
for one
and
period,
said
but
the
you're,
cost was fine.
but you're doing this unpaid for permanently.
And
That's
you were
what you're doing.
unpaid for temporarily.
There's a
year
huge,
after
there's a
year.
huge difference.
Actually, the difference is that people can't count on these.
Well, gentlemen,
provisions.
I'll just reclaim my time. You all, I'm sure, have chewed on this measure repeatedly in your committee.
We do.
And while
We do know these arguments.
I have some concerns about the agony that those of us that serve on the Rules Committee have. I can assure you that I am pretty glad that I'm not on the Ways and Means Committee. Because if you're talking about getting,
That's exactly right.
if you're talking about getting caught in the weeds, I'm delighted for it. I am pleased to know that the Earned Income Tax Credit and the Child Tax Credit, all measures that were set to expire in 2017, are going to be considered. My overall concern is very simple. When you do things like bonus depreciation and other measures that are going to give multinational corporations and others benefits, I just favor poor people over corporations that take their money and go overseas and do inversion and all of these things that ultimately affect our economy in a meaningful way. I recognize that they create some jobs, but they do us serious damage by not paying taxes themselves. And then the thrust always is on the poor. And that's why I stand against this measure and am prepared to vote against it. In spite of things like the Cadillac tax and other measures being there, I will be voting no.
Gentleman yields back his time. Thank you very much. The gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I say to my friend from Florida, sincerely, I appreciate him raising the deficit issue. It does feel a little duplicitous sometimes to have that conversation sometimes and not other times. But I have to agree with the chairman. Worst vote I've taken was a vote last year to extend a tax provision for what I think amounted to 17 days and retroactively for just over 11 months. Why in the world am I incentivizing somebody to do something they've already done? This isn't my money. This is taxpayer money. And just outrageous. Ways and Means Committee tried to do 2 years, couldn't get it through the Finance Committee. We went backwards. I am conflicted over the amount of money that's involved here because it's absolutely weighs on my deficit conscience. I'm on the Budget Committee. I want to balance budgets. I want to see the future go forward. But every year, Mr. Levin, I sit around in that Budget Committee. I spend months crafting a budget that pretends that a tax provision is going to last a year that has gone on for decade after decade after decade. And if I'm going to have a serious conversation with my colleagues about whether it's lifting up folks up the economic ladder, whether it's encouraging job creation, whether it's international trade, whatever that is, I've got to have a serious conversation. I've got to have serious numbers to have that conversation with. And the more that we do to get out of the fiction business around here and get into the tough decision-making business, the better off we're all going to be. If we had this annual examination of these tax extenders and what I'd learned in 4.5 years as a member, is that that meant we were critically looking at each one of these things and striking about half of them each year and adding another a set of new ideas each year, then I would absolutely be on board with you, Mr. Levin. But my experience is exactly the opposite, that it's a pro forma exercise every year that does nothing but undermine people's confidence in our system. And you all are better than that. And I was listening in the back room, Dr. Bustani, when you said, folks are asking for tax reform. We're going to deliver tax reform. This is not the final question on whether or not this tax policy that is in this bill is the best tax policy to build America. This is the final statement on whether or not we're going to continue fictions in tax policy, and then we're going to get about the serious business of reform in the future.
With the gentleman, I appreciate your comments, and I fully agree with them. But keep in mind also, for the last 2 years, we've actually examined these provisions in committee. In hearings, we've marked them up. We've actually subjected these tax provisions to regular order. In the past, we had this kick the can down the road attitude where end of year quickly we got to put a package of the extenders together to extend them for another year with no certainty. And you're absolutely correct. There were farmers who wanted to buy new equipment, and they had a very short window, if any window at all, depending on what their cash flow was, because of the way bonus depreciation was treated last year in what we did. That's just unacceptable. We can't grow this economy. We can't give certainty to businesses. Small businesses are the backbone of this economy. And for those who are struggling out there and need jobs, if we help our small businesses, they will create jobs and people will move up the ladder. And I'll assure the gentleman from Florida as well that our committee is not just focused on tax. We're also looking at welfare reform and making the program work for those who really need it to help move them up the ladder. But we need certainty. This is a good down payment to get us moving forward on tax reform.
Mr. Woodruff, let me just, because I think you really hit the right note. Look, I didn't agree with many parts of Dave Camp's proposal, but at least it was serious and it was honest. And it paid for what it proposed. And it looked at everything. It eliminated bonus depreciation. And what this bill does is to take two international tax provisions and take them out of tax reform, making the look-through permanent. Now, that's for a number of years. And in terms of the advance proposal, the other one that's 80-some billion dollars, what it does is to take them outside of tax reform.
I take your point, Mr. Levin.
And that's a mistake. So you shouldn't say that there's never been an effort to do tax reform. What happened was it was put forth, it was dismissed by the Speaker, and now what we have is piecemeal efforts. And I think that's a mistake. And the impact of $600 billion, as I said, in terms of discretionary programs, appropriations, is going to be immensely serious.
I don't mean...
I appreciate the time.
I don't mean to presume to know more about tax policy than any of you all sitting at that table, but I would say that my experience watching tax extender policy is that it is no more persuasive to me that this bill closes the books on these issues than it is to say that the fact that we've been doing it every year for a decade leads these businesses to assume it's going to keep going on in perpetuity anyway. In the context of fundamental tax reform, I believe, and I'd welcome the chairman to disabuse me of this notion. I don't know how you get to comprehensive tax reform unless everything is on the table. And if what the committee's position is no, Mr. Woodall, if you vote for this bill today, you're taking these things off the table forever and we will never revisit them, then I'm going to share more of Mr. Levin's concerns. But my assumption has always been we're providing what certainty we can today, but that everything is on the table in the context of growing American jobs through the tax code.
Mr. Woodall, you are absolutely correct. In fact, the first step in pro-growth reform of the tax code is to answer the question, what is the tax code? Today, there's confusion. Is it what the current law is? Is it part of the temporary? Is it all the temporary provisions? And so this bill answers that first question. It makes a true, honest accounting of the current tax code going forward. It lays the foundation for fundamental reform, and for your budgeting purposes, also answers the question, what is the U.S. tax code? This is a critical step.
Well, in the context of eliminating the fictions we operate under around here, the fiction that these businesses pay taxes needs to be eliminated. The very folks at the bottom of the income ladder that Mr. Hastings and Mr. McGovern spoke of, who shop at Walmart, who shop at Kroger, who shop at Safeway, pay every single one of those taxes that the tax code places on those businesses, and they're the least able to be able to do it. So the more we can do to create some transparency in that code and understand the burden we're placing on these families, the better. And number two, for Pete's sakes, more than 80% of American families are paying more in payroll taxes these days than they are in income taxes. To perpetuate the fiction that by fiddling with the income tax code, we're going to help working families get ahead, I would tell you is distortionary. We've created a welfare code, not a tax code. Folks who work for wages don't have any other choices except to pay these taxes, where the government gets the first knock. So I hope in the context of comprehensive tax reform, we don't just look at that income tax, but we look at that tax that does so burden working families in this country, and that's that 15.3% payroll tax. And I thank you all for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, are you back?
Thank you very much. Gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Stivers.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the chairman, we talked a little bit outside the office about the fuel cell language that was excluded when the solar language was included on the investment tax credit. Could you explain to me again how that, why that wasn't on the table and why that didn't get included here?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Stivers, for raising this issue. Like you, we have those who are developing fuel cell technologies, thermal, a number of other areas, small wind, that are provisions of part of the that tax credit. And the answer is those technologies weren't included because their provisions have not expired. They will expire in 2016, and so there is no need to make those extensions in this bill. The larger package of renewables does include a 5-year extension of the solar tax credit, which was a key discussion point in this overall package, especially related to the effort to lift the oil export ban. So the answer is those provisions stay in law through 2016.
Okay, thank you. And that is an important competitiveness issue
Yes,
to
sir.
me and my district. And, I'm for an all of the above energy plan, and that means we can't pick winners and losers. And so I'm glad to hear that the reason it was not included is it wasn't expiring. So we can have that debate next year. Hopefully it won't expire, but we can have that debate next year when it's time.
Exactly.
And I know everything happens when it's time. So I appreciate all of the hard work of everybody here. And I actually think this is a good compromise package. Everybody gets a little something. Everybody has some things in there they might not like, but it helps a lot of people through the earned income tax credit and the child care tax credit, and it helps grow our economy through the R&D tax credit and the 179 expensing, making all those permanent. And it looks for a lot of other individual extensions for a shorter term, but I think it sets you up really well for tax reform, as you said, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate all of your hard work on it. And I'm sorry we're not going to get a unanimous vote on it, but I'm going to sure support it.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back his time. Thank you very much. The gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Chairman, in light of the clock and as a gift to humanity, I have no questions.
Gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Washington.
Follow that.
Mr. Newhouse.
Trump that. Gosh. Yeah. As Scrooge, I'll just have a short question, comment about the legislation. I come from a state that we don't have a state income tax, and every year the question of whether you can deduct your state sales tax comes up. And sometimes we get it, sometimes we don't. But it's a big deal. Those people in the state of Washington that do take advantage of that deduction, it's huge. Almost a third of the taxpayers do, and it comes up to almost $2 billion that impacts families in my state. So, it may be counted as a increasing the deficit, but in my way of thinking, that's their money, not our money. That's not the U.S. government's money. If you're going to let taxpayers keep more of their hard-earned money, I don't think that that's a cost. I think that that's a real benefit. And so that's one thing that I'm very appreciative that that's in there and made permanent. We don't have to argue that every year. Then also, it's very important for many of the people in agriculture in my state, just as you were talking, Doctor, about the certainty of being able to plan financially and not the last minute of the end of the year, if you're fortunate enough to have any money left over, do you buy that piece of equipment or not? To have the ability to make those plans for 12 months instead of maybe 12 days, I think is something that's a huge thing. And so I'm very appreciative of those kind of things. The research and development tax credits are very good. So there's just a lot of good things in there. Is it perfect? Like anything we do around here, probably not. But appreciate very much your work on this and look forward to supporting it.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Gentleman yields back his time. I want to thank all three of you for taking time to be with us today. I know you had to excise a lot of your afternoon for this. It's important for this committee, it's important for members, it's important for us to express not only in a hearing form, but to get correct expertise that can address this properly. And I think all three of you have done that. I want to thank you for your time.
Thanks for hearing us.
Yes, sir. If you please make sure you leave for our awesome stenographer anything that you brought in writing. Thank you very much. I'd now like to call up the panel of members. I recognize that what we're doing here now is allowing testimony that would be on any part of the two pieces that we have today. I would just simply ask that anyone who's wishing to give testimony would specify to us really which bill they're in reference to, and we give us that help. So I would ask Mr. Tonko from New York, Mr. Carney from Delaware, Mr. Jordan from Ohio, Mr. Griffith, if he chooses, from the state of Virginia, and Ms. Lummis, I now see, has walked in, and she has been the most faithful person. Ms. Lummis, I bet they're going to let you sit right there next to Mr. Carney. He'll let you sit right there. Yeah, give her that chair. You were very kind. And so we will go, the four of us, and Mr. Griffith, if you would choose to be with Mr. Mulvaney, that will not bother me. I'll let you decide what you want to do. Will you be speaking on the same matter? Then I would encourage the gentleman, please wait. We'll hustle through this, and I know you've been very patient. Great. Mr. Jordan might have been here for the same matter. We'll include him. Ms. Lummis, you get the award for being here the longest. I don't know if you came from the longest place, but you're from the longest place away. Gentlewoman from Wyoming is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I very much appreciate the work of the Appropriations Committee of this committee and negotiators of this omnibus bill. I have proposed an amendment that would take only the interior and environment sliver out of this bill and subject it to a continuing resolution until February, and allow the rest of the bill to go through without being subject to a CR. So it would be only that very sliver that relates to the Interior and Environment Subcommittee's component of this omnibus bill that would be subject to a CR. The reason that I'm asking for this amendment is that I don't want to interfere with the very good work that negotiators have completed in the remainder of the bill. But it appears to the western states in particular, and people that are very concerned about the Interior Department and EPA components of this bill, that the position that the negotiators took left the western states and coal-producing states and natural resource issues on the negotiating table in a way that was a greater sacrifice than any other component of the bill. In other words, the West in particular is particularly aggrieved. So it wants to sever itself out and continue negotiations on that part of the bill through February and allow the rest of the omnibus to go through as negotiated. Let me give you some examples. And I'm sorry that the gentleman from Oklahoma who's on this committee isn't here to hear this. Earlier while I was listening, he was explaining his concern that authorizing committees are not doing their job, therefore riders are put on bills that are policy-oriented, and we should limit appropriations bills to appropriations. And yet this very bill violates that premise in a big way. This very bill funds the Land and Water Conservation Fund, even though its authorization just lapsed 2 months ago, and even though the Natural Resources Committee has had a hearing on a working draft to reauthorize the Land and Water Conservation Fund and to implement some reforms to return that program to its original intent. Over the years, the Land and Water Conservation Fund has morphed into a bill that largely funds the acquisition of more federal land in states that are already dominated by federal land, when the original intent of the Land and Water Conservation Fund was to prioritize states' projects and states' funding. There are also some other changes to that bill that we have been working through in negotiations to authorize or reauthorize the Land and Water Conservation Fund within the Natural Resources Committee. Yet this bill preempted our Natural Resources Committee work and funds the Land and Water Conservation Fund that we're working to try to reauthorize. So there's an issue that I would wish to point out. There are things that were removed from this bill that were in both base bills, the House and the Senate base bills. And we were just told that there was language added to this bill to legitimize this as a conference committee report. In a conference committee, if something's in both base bills, it stays in the bill. It's not a process where the particular negotiators don't like what both houses decided, so they throw it out. And yet that is what has happened in this bill. As specifically to the stream buffer rule allowance, that is devastating to coal-producing states, particularly my colleagues who have underground mines. Although the rule has been expanded to also apply to surface mines. The devastation could actually affect the availability of electricity generated from coal nationwide. And since that is such a huge component of our base load in electricity, it could have dramatic effects in the ability of this country to provide electricity at a time when we're not ready to replace coal with wind and solar and natural gas and nuclear. So this is something that the coal companies and the coal-producing states find extremely egregious. Lastly, and this is just of many, I'm referring specifically to a handout that was prepared by Nita Lowy and it's on her website. It's marvelous. It is an amazing piece of work. It shows what she was successful in negotiating out of this bill. Now, this bill allows enforcing new standards for existing and new sources of greenhouse gas emissions. It allows the federal jurisdiction of navigable waters under the Clean Water Act. It allows the use of funds to incorporate the social costs of carbon into any rulemaking or guidance. It allows the final rule on hydraulic fracturing on federal and Indian lands, which is a big deal in my state because we have a rule on hydraulic fracturing. And in Wyoming and all the other western states, there is federal land commingled and surrounded by state land, and private land, and there's private land commingled and surrounded by federal land, and this drilling goes under all of them. Whose rules apply? The state's rules or this new federal rule? It is stacked rulemaking with no clear ability to monitor. It allows wolves to stay on the endangered species list in spite of the fact that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's own rules took them off the list. So this preempts the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service rules that delisted them. It prohibits the incidental take of the northern long-eared bat. This bill allows Interior to implement or enforce the threatened species listing for the lesser prairie chicken. And it allows the Department of the Interior to continue to use its de facto listing of the sage grouse by manipulating land use documents that are called resource management plans. That takes 11 million acres of western land out of the process of being available for oil and gas and in some cases recreation. This is something that we find as members of the Western Caucus and the Intermountain States to be a bill that is so weighted against the West as to be unfair to the West. So you've got 19 congressional districts that are extremely egregiously affected by this sliver of the bill that came out of the Interior and Environment Appropriation Subcommittee's negotiated product. That is why we want to take a rifle shot and say only this component of the bill will be subject to a continuing resolution so we can continue those negotiations as to that part of the bill into February and allow the rest of the bill to proceed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Let me tell the gentlewoman I was unaware, which is why we do hearings. I have contacted a former member of this Rules Committee, the gentleman, Mr. Bishop, who's chairman of the committee. I would like to advise the gentlewoman that I'm going to ask Mr. Newhouse if he'd come get back and play chairman for a few minutes and allow me a chance to go and investigate this issue. I've accepted your testimony on the surface that you have described. I've gathered together the information that I believe I need, and I'm going to have to go look at this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I take very seriously Mr. Tonko, who is here with a very important provision. I know that former governor from Delaware has contacted me about very important things. I believe he's former governor. Current Governor Markell. We're looking at things. You've come to the right place. This is the right time. We're going to measure 3 times and try and solve once. So I would ask the gentleman, Mr. Newhouse, if he'd come and take my place. And we would go next to the gentleman for questions, Chairman Cole.
Very
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our wonderful ranking member. Do you have any questions for the lady?
Well, I'm sorry, I missed Mr. Tompkins.
We didn't. Just from.
Oh, good. Well, I thank you, Ms. Lewis, and I'll tell Nita Lloyd he appreciated her work. She's most pleased.
Madam Ranking Member, her work product is wonderful. I'm not happy with what it says, but it sure is clear. She did a fabulous job of compiling and explaining what's in this bill. Please give her my compliments.
I shall do that. We aim to please from New York, don't we, Paul?
We do.
Yeah.
I'll remember that. Any other members have any questions for Ms. Lummis? Mr. Burgess.
I want to thank the witness for pointing out the issue on the mandatory, the authorization side of things. We, as a humble authorizer, I recognize that we do authorize a lot of stuff. Authorizing bills, with few exceptions, are not must-pass pieces of legislation, which is why everything then winnows down to an appropriations bill at the end of the year. So it's not exactly fair to impugn the intent of the authorizers. We do our work. We do a lot of work, but our bills are not structured to be must-pass pieces of legislation, and if they're bottled up getting to the floor, or worse, bottled up in the Senate, there they sit and no action occurs until a must-pass piece of legislation comes along to which they can be attached. So I thank you for pointing that out, and I had wanted to say that when I was being impugned earlier. I didn't. I held my tongue, but I couldn't stand any longer, Mr. Chairman. I had to speak up. Thank you, and I'll yield back.
Nope, not a problem, Mr. Burgess. I should say, too, and Ms. Lummis, you've announced you're retiring, and this is your presentation today, your testimony tells me that we're going to miss you greatly. You very well verbalized what I couldn't have said it better. You really put into easy to understand terms the situation we face in the West, so I appreciate that. You mentioned a couple things, the Land and Water Conservation Fund. It was actually increased in the amount of funding that they got without any of the reforms that the chairman of the committee was seeking, so that was another thing. And then as far as the sage-grouse goes, certainly it's going to impact the ability to utilize resources around the West, recreation, but also in some cases it impacts military installations, which to me is a very concerning thing, especially with the world we find ourselves living in today. That's something we shouldn't compromise. So appreciate very much your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
No one else on your side either wants to, so appreciate that. Mr. Tonko,
yes, sir.
Recognize.
Thank you. Well, to Chair Sessions and to Acting Chair Newhouse and Ranking Member Slaughter and members of the committee, I thank you for the opportunity to present an amendment to the omnibus bill that amends Section 302. And basically, this addresses the investment tax credit extension for solar technology. I certainly support solar strongly and feel this is a basic need for the industry. They are encouraged and strengthened by these incentives. But I want to bring what I believe is an oversight to this committee's attention. As currently written, this language excludes other technologies from benefiting to the 2020 threshold, the extension under Section 48 of our IRS code. And I believe that we should include all the technologies, including fuel cells, combined heat and power, and thermal. And so this basically is straightforward. It would add these other technologies to the extension to 2020, and we would ask that it be approved, be looked upon favorably by this committee, so that we can speak to what we think is an oversight here.
Mr. Carnage, welcome to Rules Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chairman and the Ranking Member and members of the committee. I'm here to support Mr. Tonko's amendment, which does exactly as he described. It adds in to the extension of 48C investment tax credits, the other technologies that are currently part of the code that weren't included, which it's our understanding, based on agreements with leadership over in the Senate between Mr. Reid and Mr. McConnell, that it was supposed to include this whole list, qualified fuel cells, which is the particular technology that I'm interested in, that Mr. Sessoms mentioned when talking about the governor of Delaware, Mr. Markell, who called him earlier today. It would very negatively affect an operation in our state that Bloom Energy has, where they build fuel cell electricity generating boxes, if you will, with about 200 people making good middle-class wages at that facility. Senator Carper, Senator Coons, and myself have worked as a delegation to advance the extension of this credit to the fuel cell technology, and it was Senator Carper's understanding in a conversation that he had with Leader Reid that would be included. We've been told over here on this side of the Capitol that it was not part of the agreement over here, and that therefore that communication would have to come from the Senate to House leadership, Speaker Ryan, Leader Pelosi. This amendment is simply a mechanism to carry that agreement forward if that communication occurs, recognizing that we're at the 11th hour here on a very important piece of legislation. And I would just end by thanking all the appropriators and the negotiators for the time that they're putting into this, to emphasize how important this particular provision is, not just for the installation in our state, but for installations around the country. In the scheme of things, it's a small item. For those 200 people that work in the facility in Delaware and the hundreds that work in facilities in California and other places around the country, it is a very important matter, and one that could mean whether they continue to have a job or not. So with that as my request, be happy to answer any questions that members might have. And again, thank you for hearing us out, and I appreciate your favorable consideration to this request.
Thank you both for being here today. Appreciate the information you brought forward on what is a very important issue. I think I understand, and this was brought up earlier, in fact, prior to maybe you were in the room, Mr. Tonka, you might have been. The bill before us is as you know, a bicameral, bipartisan piece of work. I think I heard the chairman of Ways and Means say that this tax credit doesn't expire till next year. If that information is incorrect, I'd certainly like to know that. So it's been, if that is correct, then changes at this time maybe would threaten the entire package. And if that is true, then I think the expressed desire from everybody here is to work through regular order, and I think this would be something that we next year could look at very, very closely.
Well, Mr. Chair, I would suggest that after having heard conversation for the past several hours, respectfully, I heard the word certainty, which I endorse, I support, as a fundamental dynamic here of the efforts made by the House. And so if we can extend that certainty to 2020, I believe we're accomplishing the spirit of this cut. I, too, have organizations like Plug Power in the Capital Region of New York that would be tremendously impacted if this were not allowed. I heard talk about doing it when it expires next year, but you strike when the iron's hot. Yep. We have a package here that's dealing with renewables. We should include all the other technologies for the sake of the fairness and certainly for certainty's sake. And, this would aid in that effort to grow jobs, keep jobs, and provide for the encouragement out there and the predictability. So I think that's important. I, too, have been informed that this was an agreement There was an agreement, bipartisan, in the United States Senate. The draft does not reflect that agreement, and that we should do our best here for what is a very small piece of a very large bill to go forward and address the certainty in this given moment so that we're doing the best for this industry, which speaks to innovation of technology in our American economy, and this would bolster those opportunities and show that we get it. So I respectfully would encourage us to, this committee to look favorably upon the request. And again, thank you for the opportunity to present it, and thank all the members of this House who have worked so diligently on the omnibus bill.
Mr. Acting Chairman, what you say is exactly right. And as just to go back to the rationale behind my support for this amendment and the request of the Rules Committee to approve this amendment is to provide a mechanism to allow an agreement that we believe occurred in the Senate to move forward. It is true what you say about the expiration of these tax credits, and the rules of the game, the rules of engagement here in the House were not to include those provisions as part of this overall agreement, but those were not the rules in the Senate in terms of the determinations being made for what was included and not. These were extended, and the argument was made because of the need for certainty and because of the need for advance financing mechanisms that these particular list of additional technologies be included in the agreement, so that those agreements could be made with the expectation that those credits would be available to the financing of the overall package. But fundamentally, it is about preserving a mechanism, a vehicle for an agreement that took place under a different set of rules, if I may. I'm not a member of the Senate, but I've been told in terms of what was on the table for them in terms of these tax changes.
Okay. Appreciate that. And there again, some of the frustration with the system we find ourselves under. But, Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
I've talked to both gentlemen, and I appreciate Mr. Carney, Mr. Tonko for raising this issue. It's important. It's about jobs, which I think we all say we care about. And it just seems to me that even at this late stage, given the fact that there seems to have been some maybe misunderstanding between the House and the Senate on this, that a couple of phone calls can't be made where we just say, okay, nobody's objecting to this. This is not a big deal in the scheme of things. Just, put in the manager's amendment or self-execute it or give you an up or down vote. It's like, I mean, that's what telephones are for. And we ought to be able to figure this out. And in response to the gentleman who's the acting chair talking about returning to regular order, I hope that we do. But I hear that every week, and we don't. So maybe in the new year, people will start voting for regular order, and we'll be able to get a lot more things done. But in the meantime, I mean, I would like to think that if nobody has any strong objections to the substance of what you're talking about, why we just can't get a couple people on the telephone and work it out and just do it and move on. But thank you for being here, and I appreciate your leadership on this.
Efforts are underway to make that happen, by the way.
Okay, good. Well, I support those efforts, so thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and if it makes it any easier, you can just omit the word acting. So, Dr. Cole. Anybody else? Mr. Woodall.
Mr. Chairman, I just had a quick question. Thinking about the difference between a clerical error or something that got confused in the negotiations, how would your Senate colleagues characterize this? Would they characterize it as saying, we thought we had a commitment with the House that this was going to be included, and somehow we woke up this morning and it was gone? Or
No, I don't think it happened that way. I think the way it happened was that the Delaware delegation, in this case led by Senator Carper, who went to his leader Reid, said these are important extensions that I'd like to see in the bill, and the understanding was that message was delivered through staff to Leader McConnell's side of it, and that assurances were given back that this was done. Well, when the language came out, it included solar, which wasn't Senator Carper's main focus, but it's the top one on the list, and it didn't include the others. Again, over here on this side of, we've talked and we've had a willingness to engage the issue by Congressman Dent, Congressman Meehan, for whom this is important. Congressman Meehan, his district is right, borders on the state of Delaware. Some of those people that work at this facility live in his district. And Chairman Brady to look at the issue. And on this side of the Capitol, it was represented that because this expires next year, it wasn't on the table. Well, those weren't the rules of engagement on the other side of the Capitol. And that's all we're trying to do is preserve a mechanism at this late hour for this to be included if the powers that be say it was an agreement that we should carry forward.
I know how hard it is to get something out of joint tax when they are using all their bandwidth on the chairman's priorities. Do you have any idea what kind of money we're talking about for what would be a...
I don't, but what I do know is that these technologies that are listed are really minor in the scheme of things. I don't know what the number is.
I know that it's been scored, but I don't have that number available, and we could probably get that to the committee.
I thank you both. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anybody else on the Republican side? Ms. Fox? I want to thank both of you for coming and make a compelling case. Appreciate your testimony. And as a good chairman would say, you've done well enough. You're welcome to come back.
Thanks for hearing us out.
Before you excuse him, can I say something? I just got a call
Absolutely.
from my daughter that I had to go.
Absolutely.
Excuse me. But we worked on this. I heard from Mr. Carney this afternoon, Mr. Tonko, and what Mr. Tonko says, we believe that there was an error made somewhere, and that the powers that be, as soon as they get around to doing this, will want this done. So if we could have some idea that we could get this onto the floor as an amendment, maybe we can do some good with it tomorrow. It's what we'd like to see. But it's awful to leave this out. You mentioned geothermal, which is making a great comeback up in my part of the state. Schools now have fuel cells and geothermal. They're building houses with it. And we shouldn't stop that great innovation and the ability to really explore that further. So it'd be very important to me and to, I think, most of the people from our parts of the coal country up there to have this go on.
Good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the members of the committee and
Absolutely.
the chair.
Thank you. Thank you. And I apologize. I did not see you slip back in. So
Oh, yeah,
sorry.
no, that I didn't. I came in, it's 5 miles an hour up here to get here so that I could have a word. I knew you would be gracious to let me do that. Thank you so much.
She's good. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good gentleman from South Carolina and West Virginia, Mr. Mulvaney and Mr. Griffith. Virginia. Did I say West Virginia? Apologize, sir. No, I didn't mean to start anything. No,
Or on any other matter of Virginia history.
Yeah. Well, just to make up for that, Mr. Griffith, you're recognized.
I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. I will tell you that we are here, both Mr. Mulvaney and I, in support of the amendment offered by Mr. Jordan of Ohio, 114-39. I will speak on two parts of that, and Mr. Mulvaney will speak on two parts of that. Mine is right at the beginning of the proposed amendment that we have put forward dealing with the stream protection rule mining regulations. As you've heard from some others, it was believed that this stream buffer rule, as it is so called, was going to be in the agreement. Somehow, as often happens late at night when negotiations are going on, it was left out. This basically, the sections dealing with the stream buffer rule basically put a moratorium on that for 1 year. It just covers during the time period of this funding and says that you shall not spend any money in regard to furtherance of that particular rule, and that the old rules will stay in place for the remainder of this budget period. I've been here most of the afternoon, partly because I enjoy listening to the Rules Committee and partly because this is so important in all of the coal-producing regions of these United States. The reason that it's important is that we're already losing thousands of jobs. I've lost thousands of jobs in my district, direct or indirect, related to the coal industry in this year alone. These are families, hardworking men and women who are trying to put food on the table and make a living. My district now has the dubious distinction of having the highest unemployment in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And it is a serious, serious concern. The stream buffer rules that were laid out this year, July 7, will not just negatively impact the coal industry. Some have depicted it as being the final nail in the coffin of the coal industry. This is a very serious matter. It goes way beyond what anybody, I believe, would reasonably have expected. We need to do something about it, and the way to do that, and I think appropriately, as opposed to putting in an entire new bill, which some had thought we might ought to do, this just says let's delay the funding and thus put a moratorium during this budget, or during the time that this Appropriations Act is in place. We'll put a moratorium on it, we won't move forward, and we'll let folks have time to figure out if cooler heads can prevail, and we can come up with a rational policy that will both allow us to safely mine coal and protect the streams. Coming on top of all the other regulations, though, Mr. Chairman, I have to tell you, half my companies are in bankruptcy. They're shutting mines down every day. It is a very depressing sight to travel through the coal fields of Southwest Virginia that I do represent. That's an important aspect, and we would ask in this amendment, the Jordan Amendment, that this be found in order, give us our chance to fight on the floor. We think it is in order. There are three other components. I will speak on one other, and then Mr. Mulvaney will speak on two of those. One of those deals with the cybersecurity sections. There are 3 bills that have passed, 2 in the House and 1 in the Senate. There are differences in those 3 bills. This basically, the language that's in the act the omnibus that we're looking at now, as I understand it, basically combines the 2 House versions. There are those friends of mine who voted against both. There are friends of mine who voted for both, and then there are people like me who went through and tried to figure out what was the right policy just in general, and I voted for one and against one. There are numerous complicated differences. This is exactly what Mr. Jefferson lays out in the Manual of Parliamentary Procedure, calls for a conference between the House and the Senate to resolve the differences, not just between the 2 House bills, but between the 2 House bills and the Senate bill. This is complicated matter. These are complicated matters which should not be determined in an omnibus where it is a take it or leave it opportunity. So we just pull those out and would recommend that those sections be dealt with in a conference committee that can sit down and iron out those differences, and I believe resolve some of the civil liberty issues that would probably get my vote on both component parts as opposed to just one of the component parts. With that being said, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer questions, or I can turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Mulvaney, and he can address the other 2 parts of the Jordan Amendment.
Mr. Griffith, thank you very much. I note that we have at least 2 other members who have walked in. Perhaps only Mr. Amash would wish to join you. Mr. Meadows, do you wish to join? You're just here to help us along, and thank you very much. Mr. Amash, I'd invite you to come join this distinguished panel, and I want to thank you. And
I'm sorry, I know more about Morgan than you do. So.
Oh, Mr. Griffith is the one suspect. Okay. Well, he's a good man to me, but we want to have you join this panel. I will tell you, Mr. Griffith has been here about 5 hours today, so I was willing to let him go first. Mr. Mulvaney, do you seek time?
Yes, sir, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Gentleman's recognized.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of Mr. Jordan, who's not able to be here. Why are we doing this? And I'm going to do something very rare, Ms. Slaughter. I'm going to speak to the Republicans almost exclusively tonight. Ordinarily, when I come in, I try and talk to everybody, but I want to talk to my own colleagues for a little bit. Why are we here? We want to support the omnibus. In fact, I think just about all of us here to speak on behalf of the amendments voted against the budget bill. I suspect that several of you on the panel did as well. but we're trying to figure out a way to support the effort on the omnibus. There's a precedent for that. Back during the Ryan Murray debate, many of us voted against the Ryan Murray budget deal, but then voted for the omnibus that flowed from it. I was one of those people. Why was that? Because I knew, as many of us did, we had lost the battle on the spending limits. We wanted to spend here, majority wanted to spend here. We had that battle, it was a fair fight, and we lost. Therefore, we knew that the federal government was going to spend a certain amount of money, and we know that the federal government is going to spend $1.1 trillion roughly in this omnibus. We've had that battle, we've lost that fight. But we also believe that if we have the ability to control the purse strings and direct that money in some fashion for some things against some others, it might allow us to support the larger omnibus bill. And the four things contained in this amendment would allow us to do that. The two that I'm going to speak to, in addition to the coal ash and the cyber, I know Mr. Amash wants to speak on a little bit, deal with the Syrian refugee issue, number one, and then some pro-life issues, number two. I just spent the evening, Mr. Chairman, last night in Las Vegas. The topic of immigration took about half the time, an hour and a half. The Syrian refugees was half of that, so almost an hour on the Syrian refugee issue. We took the time necessary to address the issue 3 weeks ago. We made the effort to fashion a bill, Mr. Chairman, that not only collected a dramatic majority within the Republican Party, I think all but 2 of our members voted for it, we also got 47 Democrats to vote for it. We had a veto-proof majority in the House for our idea on how to deal with the Syrian refugee issue. It was important to us, it's still important to the American people, and it's not in the omnibus, which makes very, very little sense to me. We have language that has bipartisan support. We have language that we know is not a poison pill. It's the SAFE Act, and it simply calls for what Speaker Ryan has adequately described or excellently described as a pause in the program until we can put in the protections that all of us know are so important. Why isn't it in here? It was supposed to be in here. We were accused of taking a show vote on the floor. And we said, no, 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 it's not a show vote. Yes, the Senate might not take it up now, but we will always have the chance to attach it to the omnibus. It's not here. And I don't know how to explain that to people back home. And I'm not sure you know how to explain that to people back home. Yes, we deal with the visa waiver program, and we should. In the greater scheme of things, it might even be a greater threat to our national security than the Syrian refugee program. But that doesn't mean that this isn't a threat. And it doesn't mean it's not important to people back home, and it is. And it should be in this bill. And all this amendment does is take the language that almost 300 of us supported in the House and puts it in the omnibus tomorrow. The last piece deals with some pro-life issues. We've had some fights in here. I've been involved with them, dealing with the defunding of Planned Parenthood. We've lost that battle. Again, a battle we fought and in a fair fight lost. I get that. I would hope that we would continue to press some pro-life issues. The only bill we've got left in the year to pass, which is the omnibus. And so what we've done is we've added 3 smaller pro-life riders to this amendment. Number one would give states the ability to do it. Many states have tried to do already, which is to take Planned Parenthood out of their Medicaid programs. A couple states, I believe your state may have tried it, Mr. Chairman, in Texas, and were sued. And we're not allowed to do that. A state government tried to move Planned Parenthood out of Medicaid, was sued, and was denied that responsibility. Our amendment would give them that ability to do that. We also add the Abortion Non-Discrimination Act language, which would simply protect those who object, those medical providers who object to providing abortion services based upon their own personal beliefs. And lastly, very small thing, but something that I learned firsthand overseas. I was overseas with a bipartisan group 2 years ago and was disturbed to find out that our State Department uses our money to influence laws in foreign countries. I was approached by several sub-Saharan African lawmakers who said, do you know that you extort us? That your State Department will come to us and say, you won't get our money if you enforce your ban on gay marriage. You won't get our money if you continue to enforce your laws against abortion. These are democratically elected governments in Africa, predominantly Christian, but not exclusively. And we are using our taxpayer dollars to force those people to either change their laws or not follow them, and that is wrong. We go after a little tiny piece of that in this amendment, Mr. Chairman. We defund or seek to defund the United Nations Population Fund as part of this amendment. So we think they're good amendments. We don't think there's any reason to exclude them. And to the question I know Mr. Cole asks every time, and he's right to do so, could we support the bill if the amendment passes? And the answer is enthusiastically. We could support the bill if this amendment passed. I thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Yes, sir. No, I'm taking in what you've said, and thank you for the completeness of your testimony. Mr. Amash, you've had several people sitting around for a long, long time who are taking in the entire afternoon. We're delighted that you're joining us, and you arrived just in time. And the gentleman is appreciated, respected, and the gentleman is now recognized.
Thanks, and I appreciate that these fine gentlemen would hold my place in line here. But I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the members of the committee. I always appreciate the opportunity to be here to talk about these issues, and I appreciate that you give us the chance to do so. I just want to echo a lot of what Mr. Griffith said earlier. There's a cyber bill in here that's more than 100 pages long and has no business being in an omnibus. It's something that is contentious. It has bipartisan opposition, and it had some bipartisan support, the previous versions of this bill. But the current version of the bill is something we've never seen before. There have been changes to the language. And if you talk to privacy groups, and if you talk to those who have looked at this bill carefully, many of us, including myself, think that it's the worst anti-privacy legislation we've seen since the Patriot Act. And it's being snuck into a 2,000-page omnibus. And it's not fair to the members of Congress who vote on this legislation. It's not fair to our constituents at home who expect a full debate. And I'm worried, frankly, that many of my colleagues who were concerned about Patriot Act votes in the past and other votes they've taken on surveillance measures in the past, where they found out later that those bills did much more than they thought, I'm afraid that's going to happen here. And you're going to have members of Congress in both parties go home, find out a year or two later that they voted for something that they never knew they voted for because it was snuck into an appropriations bill, a bill where it has no place. And so I would encourage the committee, I would encourage the leadership team to reconsider having this language in this bill. It deserves a debate on the floor, and I think we can all agree that if we debate it on the floor and if people support it, that's okay. But we should do that in front of the American people with everyone having full knowledge of what they're voting on. And that's not what's happening today. There are people in the surveillance community, people who are concerned about these issues, talking about it online. You'll see that. But you don't hear many members of Congress talking about it because most of them don't know what's in there. So I would just urge us to reconsider this, to pull out this language. Let's have a vote on an appropriations bill. Let's have a vote on measures that have been considered thoroughly. And let's not have a vote on something like this right now because I'm convinced that especially on the other side of the aisle, they're going to be surprised at what's in here and very concerned about it. And there are a lot of members on our side of the aisle as well who are going to be very concerned later on. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I'm going to just say this just because I think I know the answer, but if there are any other members of Congress that are seeking to come give testimony, this is the last panel. And I know Mr. Meadows is here. I'm not asking him to rethink, but I'm just making sure there may be members who are in their offices who have heard this. This is the last panel, and that's what we're doing here. Mr. Griffith, let me tell you that one of our colleagues from West Virginia has fought and fought and fought and fought, and most of the time been so genuine and fair that it hurt me to see him get turned down so many times on this coal ash issue.
This is actually the stream buffer, which is a little different.
Well, okay, let's say I don't know what I'm talking about.
No. It's.
I'm not trying to,
complicated. Yes,
all
sir.
I'm trying to say is, it is very relevant, and it represents the district, your district, his district, probably at least 8 or 9 districts, and there's nothing more, I have no more sympathy than I do for a member of Congress trying to represent their district, their people, especially when they see them losing their jobs, layoffs, the misery that comes from wanting to work and can't find it. This committee, and I'm going to say this to all 3 of you, to varying degrees, we are a powerful committee. We're also a very important committee to provide data and information and hold hearings and allow your colleagues that are up here who spend hours and hours and hours of their week and their nights to come and represent you and to try and represent others. What we're being asked to do, and this is no surprise to anybody here, and I respect you for being here, and few arguments have been as cogent and as convenient, because you said, you do what I do, I'll vote for the bill. If you don't, I may not. And normally, we don't ask that question, because it's really not fair. You have volunteered this in the most genuine way. My job, and I find ourselves not just at the end of the year, but a role we're playing is to try and vet the bill. We're trying to take what has been negotiated, right, wrong, or indifferent, and there may be some senators and there may be House members. I am one of those. I was not consulted the entire time, but I consulted during the entire time on a number of provisions that are in here. Me personally, I got engaged. You did too. Others members did. I know they did. And it is hard when it comes down to it, and you see things added in that you didn't expect and know might be in there. I'm going to look at all 3 of you and tell you I appreciate you being here. I'm not going to recommend that we make any of these in order, and it's not because I'm not for these provisions. I would want and hope that this becomes, and I'm not saying this because it could happen next year and the next year, I'm hopeful that the team, which I am on and which you are on, learns how more rapidly to actually give, whether it's Mr. Griffith or whether it is someone else, a dadgum answer. I think an answer is due each of you. Maybe this was the answer. Maybe the negotiators would choose to say, well, you got our answer now. I don't know. What I do know is I think you're entitled to an answer to where you don't necessarily have to come here, but I'm glad you're here. Is that a fair way to put it?
Makes perfect sense.
Okay. That way, I know I'll go back to Dallas, Texas, and I know tomorrow I'll be told I denied what are undoubtedly good friends of mine's great amendments, even things that I might agree with, do agree with. But I'm just simply suggesting that the process, that's where we are today, and I respect you for taking all day.
Well, we appreciate the chance, Mr. Chairman, because you, as you know and you rightly described, this is our only chance to publicly participate in that process.
And I'm going to say, as I've looked at Mr. Polis, who's up here on a regular basis, I thought I could look at him and say what I said every time, but we're going to handle the issue that you're after. Well, we switched speakers, we're having to wait for perhaps a new opportunity. I think you're entitled to an answer. The answer that I'm going to tell you up here, and we'll see, maybe people disagree with me, but I appreciate you being here. And I respect the heck out of all 3 of you guys. And if y'all see Mark Meadows, tell him I appreciate it.
And if I might, Mr. Chairman, I would say we respect the fact that you took the time and went through the process. We do understand the process, but when you're fighting for your folks, you got to take every opportunity.
Dadgum right. and most of all, I admire that. Mr. Cole?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the gentleman for being here because I have a great deal of sympathy with all of these amendments. I think they're all appropriate and well thought out, and I agree with my friend from Virginia that you do take every opportunity you have. Since the one question I always ask has already been asked and ably answered by my friends from South Carolina, I just want to make one quick statement to my friend in the back of the room from North Carolina. Christmas present received. It was really great. It's all been devoured, Mark. So thank you very much. With that, I yield back.
I failed to get it either, Mr. Mulvaney. The gentlewoman from New York.
I want to thank the gentleman as well, Mr. Meadows. And I really, Mr. Amash, I'm glad you brought to my attention that there's 100 pages of cybersecurity in there that I knew nothing about. So we've got some pondering to do on that. But thank you all for your work. I always appreciate it when a member really delves in full bore with what they're trying to get done. I'm very grateful to you for that.
Thank you.
Mr. McGovern?
I want to thank you for being here. Mr. Marsh, did you offer an amendment, or did you?
My amendment is included in this amendment, so, yeah. There's 4 parts of the amendment.
And I don't agree with all the other parts of the amendment. But what I will do is I will offer an amendment specifically on the cybersecurity, because that's what I do feel. I do worry about us putting something like that into a big bill where a lot of us had raised concerns. I think we need a cybersecurity bill. We want to make sure it's done in a way that protects privacy and that respects our liberties and our traditions here. So I appreciate that. I just say, Mr. Mulvaney, I just feel like I want to say this because, I co-chair the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission, and you mentioned about, your problem with the U.S. State Department, threatening to withhold monies from governments that, that somehow pass laws that we don't like or that won't change their laws. And you mentioned the issue of Africa and the LBGT community. I can tell you, I am glad, and I hope our government is saying to some of these countries that pass laws that say it's okay to arrest somebody because they're gay, or torture somebody, or have the death penalty for somebody who happens to be a member of the LBGT community. I hope we're saying to them that we're not going to support your government when you have policies like that. And unfortunately, there are a lot of countries in the world, that have those kinds of laws. And by the way, who to pass those laws are funded by entities here in the United States. I think if we stand for anything, it ought to be out loud and foursquare for human rights. And I don't think we should be micromanaging other countries' laws, but I mean, certainly we ought to have, human rights ought to matter as to whether or not we're giving taxpayer money to countries. And again, when you mention LBGT laws, I could just tell you that in a number of hearings we've done, there are countries in Africa where they get the death penalty. And so I hope we're making a big stink about that because, we fall on the opposite side of that, I think, as a nation. I'd like to think we do anyway. So, but I appreciate you being here nonetheless, and we will see you on the floor tomorrow, I guess.
Gentleman yields back his time. Is there any Republican the gentleman from Louisville, Texas, Dr. Burgess?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, some 4 hours ago when we started this hearing, the points that Mr. Mulvaney brought up about the SAFE Act and the Planned Parenthood funding, I made those, as you'll recall, those exact points to Chairman Rogers. And, I mean, I would encourage us to thoughtfully consider this amendment, and if we can make it in order. I realize the process is such that we're not geared toward doing that, but I think these are important enough issues that many of us need to see those there. And as I mentioned earlier, I mean, people do not understand why we are not taking the steps necessary to protect our people when folks see thousands of folks flooding across Western Europe. Next thing we know, Paris is in trouble. Next thing we know, San Bernardino is in trouble. And people say, can we not just put a pause on this until we figure it out? And I think that's a reasonable request. And I think we ignore it at our own political peril, but more importantly, at our country's peril. And Mr. Griffith, I mean, you know how much I rely on you. Anytime there are civil liberties questions, I come to you. I respect the fact that you come to me when you have healthcare questions. Between the two of us, we almost make up a normal person. So I very much appreciate you bringing those issues to us tonight. And Mr. Mulvaney, just for your information, Governor Perry did separate the Planned Parenthood funding from, the Medicaid funding from Planned Parenthood. And we've had several hearings on that in committee. It is not everyone has thought that was the wisest of ideas, but so far it has worked, and services do not seem to be diminished in the state of Texas. The overall spending is down, leading me to wonder if Planned Parenthood was overcharging for those services in Medicaid, but I do not have direct evidence of that. But what I can tell you is that there was a departure from using Medicaid funding in Planned Parenthood. Those services are being provided. Texas set up a separate fund, which they funded out of state monies to take care of women's health, and it, from all appearances in the last legislative session, it seemed to be working quite well. So hats off for Governor Perry for having the foresight to do that in 2011, and it has been a good process. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Dr. Burgess, thank you very much. I concur with your remarks, and I appreciate you and respect you very much. Mr. Collins?
I just want to say thanks for coming. We had a long conversation beforehand on a lot of these issues, and they're brought up, and they're rightfully so. You know, I'm the perpetual optimist, and that this is going to start the path down the way that we need to go and not have these issues. I have an issue that, if you were here earlier, you heard a long discussion about, and these are things that will get fixed as we go. If not, it's the worst for not just us, but the country, and I think we're going to continue to do well, and I think the chairman supports that, and we're excited to see that. So thanks for coming. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Mr. Byrne?
Well, I wanted to thank y'all for coming. I support the amendment, all of it. I don't think Mr. Mulvaney intends, nor do I think that the amendment provides for the United States government to support the killing or arrest of someone because of their sexual orientation. So I heard that argument. I don't buy into it. I wish we could put this on the bill. I doubt we are. But I think it's really good you brought it before us because we need to hear this. And if we can be a sounding board or a way to get these arguments started in the process, I'm happy to sit here for 4 hours and let you do it. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming. I appreciate what you're trying to do.
Mr. Byrne, thank you for your comments. I think that is a comment well said. We will stay here all day and all night, whatever it takes to hear from members. And what you've done is done nothing but distinguish yourself, your support for what you believe in, and your representation of people back home. And I hope that you universally hear how much all across this committee we respect each of you. Mr. Newhouse?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In light of that, especially in this kind of a situation when we have an omnibus bill, 3-day rule, Rules Committee is particularly important in order to get some of these issues out on the table that maybe we wouldn't have otherwise. So, just a couple questions from the gentleman from Southwest Virginia. So I almost got it right.
That's right.
As far as the stream protection rule, but I know that your focus certainly is in the coal industry, but by extrapolation, doesn't that impact potentially lots of other mining activities around the country?
Well, I believe it certainly does, and if it doesn't immediately, it certainly will within a short period of time because you've got lots of other mining operations, and it's virtually impossible to find a mining situation, particularly underground, where you don't have some water in the mine. Now, the key is to make sure you're not polluting that water, but not to say that you can't have any impact whatsoever, and that's the concern. It does have that impact. Plus, there is no way this country can move completely away from coal. So as Ms. Lummis earlier in the testimony said, this is going to have a dramatic impact on the cost of any goods that may need to be manufactured with the use of coal, and on, of course, electricity, which is one of our base fuels, and very much needed in periods of severe cold, as we saw 2 winters ago when natural gas prices spiked up, I think, over $100 in the Northeast per 1,000 cubic feet. And coal is available to be just sitting there. It doesn't have to go through a pipeline. It can be out, waiting for it to be called upon to be used. So it is an important fuel source for the United States of America, and yet it seems that there's an attempt to completely eliminate it. But it will affect all underground mining And many make the argument, as Ms. Lummis did as well in her testimony, that it impacts surface mining as well. But yes, it could be a huge detriment to the mining industry as a whole, not just coal mining.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's what I thought, but I appreciate you pointing that out. And you're right, even in a state like ours where we depend on hydropower or nuclear energy, we do get coal by cable, as how they call it. And so it's going to impact all of us all over the country. So appreciate that. And Mr. Mosh and Mr. Mulvaney, thank you for raising your points. Very important. I didn't, trying to listen and read at the same time, I didn't see in the amendment the section you're talking about as far as our State Department influencing other governments.
No, the examples, thank you for that opportunity. The examples I gave were a little broader than the actual narrowed language of the amendment. The amendment speaks specifically to the United Nations population control issue.
Oh, right.
Which is within that larger realm of us trying to influence people overseas. But no, the amendment itself does not speak to the issue that Mr. McGovern raised or that a couple of folks have mentioned.
Okay, thank you.
Just, I raised it because you raised it.
Yeah, no, I understand. No, I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying that, yeah.
And I was really disturbed by that, but.
I'm just upset that you got a present from Meadows and I didn't.
One
Oh, you didn't, then I don't feel so bad.
What was
Okay.
it?
I really, Miss Slaughter got one, Miss Cole got one? Oh,
Just Dr. Cole's the only one. You're supposed to bring enough for everybody, I think. What's the rule around here?
The gentleman goes back, it's obvious he didn't ask for anything to be made in order and wouldn't get anything made in order, at least the way I recall it, and I did well enough to try and travel and be a part of this. I'd like to make one last comment, and it's perhaps I'm going to yield myself a minute, but in particular, the issue that you brought up, if not amendment, the issue I so much appreciate because I think two parts of this. Number one, I was in Argentina, let's say 2 years ago, and I watched our ambassador lecture the Argentinians about job growth and job creation and what they needed to do from our State Department. Meanwhile, what was happening here in the United States was, in my opinion, directly in opposition to what we were chastising other people. Secondly, I believe that currently there's a system that exists that is on a bipartisan, bicameral basis, and that is that the appropriators, when they become aware of something that may be exactly what the gentleman, Mr. McGovern, was talking about, that would be a very difficult issue that we should properly make sure that this country knew we were not going to fund, should come back through the Congress too, and I think we do the right thing. The appropriators have, under the foreign account, Mrs. Granger has the ability to withhold money, and I think instead of an official going forward and holding these governments accountable on their own, I think it should come from the people who gave the money, not the people that represent the money. So I want to be a part of working with you if you get to that point also of that. Is there anything further from any member of this committee for this panel? Seeing none, I want to thank all three of you. Thank you for your time today. If you see Mr. Meadows, tell him we didn't get whatever he sent, and we're back to it. This now closes the hearing portion of H.R. 2029, the Omnibus and Tax Extenders Bill that has been before the committee this evening. The chair will now be in receipt of a motion from the gentlewoman from Grandfather Community, North Carolina, the vice chairman of the committee, Mrs. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee grant a rule providing for consideration of the Senate amendment to H.R. 2029, the Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Appropriations Act 2016. The rule makes an order or motion offered by the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or his designee that the House concur in the Senate amendments with two House amendments. Amendment number 1 consisting of text of rules print, committee print 114-39, modified by the amendment printed in the Rules Committee report, and amendment number 2 consisting of the text of Rules Committee print 114-40. The rule provides 1 hour debate on House Amendment number 1, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations. The rule provides 1 hour debate on House Amendment number 2, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the motion and provides that the Senate amendment and the motion shall be considered as read. The rule provides that the question shall be divided between the two House amendments. No further division of the question is in order. The rule provides that either portion of the divided question may be subject to postponement as though under Clause 8 of Rule 20 and shall be considered in the order specified by the chair. The rule provides that Clause 5B of Rule 21 shall not apply to the motion. Section 4 of the rule provides that if only House Amendment Number 2 is adopted, that amendment shall be engrossed as an amendment in the nature of a substitute to the Senate amendment to H.R. 2029. Section 5 of the rule provides that the chair of the Committee on Appropriations may insert in the congressional record at any time during the remainder of the first session of the 114th Congress such material as he may deem explanatory of the Senate amendment and the motion. Section 6 of the rule provides that on any legislative day of the first session of the 114th Congress after December 18, 2015, the journal of the proceedings of the previous day shall be considered as approved, and the chair may at any time declare the House adjourned to meet at a date and time to be announced by the chair in declaring the adjournment. Section 7 of the rule provides that on any legislative day of the second session of the 114th Congress before January 5, 2016, the Speaker may dispense with organizational and legislative business. The journal of the proceedings of the previous day shall be considered as approved if applicable, and the chair may at any time declare the House adjourned to meet at a date and time to be announced by the chair in declaring the adjournment. Section 8 of the rule provides that the Speaker may appoint members to perform the duties of the chair for the duration of the period addressed by Sections 6 and 7 of the rule. Section 9 of the rule provides that each day during the period addressed by Sections 6 and 7 of the resolution shall not constitute calendar days for the purpose of Section 7 of the War Powers Resolution. Section 10 of the rule provides that each day during the period addressed by Section 6 and 7 of the resolution shall not constitute a legislative day for the purposes of Clause 7 of Rule 13. Section 11 of the rule provides that it shall be in order at any time during the legislative day of December 18, 2015, for the Speaker to entertain motions that the House suspend the rules and that the Speaker or his designee shall consult with the minority leader or her designee on the designation of any matter for consideration pursuant to this section. Finally, Section 12 of the rule waives Clause 6A of Rule 13, requiring a two-thirds vote to consider a rule on the same day as it is reported from the Rules Committee against any resolution reported from the Rules Committee through the legislative day of December 18, 2015.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the gentlewoman's motion. You've now heard the motion from the gentlewoman. Is there amendment or discussion to that gentleman from Massachusetts?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for an amendment to the omnibus that would strike Division N, the Cybersecurity Act for 2015.
Thank you very much. Discussion. The vote will now be on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Noes have it, noes have it.
Roll call, Mr.
Gentleman asks for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox? Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Stivers? Mr. Stivers, no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins, no. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne, no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Slaughter?
Yes.
Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
2 yeas, 9 nays.
Motion's not agreed to, not agreed to. Further amendment or discussion. Seeing none, the vote will now be on the motion from the gentlewoman from North Carolina. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Accordingly, the gentleman from, Mr. McGovern, do you seek a roll call vote? Mrs. Slaughter, do you seek a roll call vote?
Yes, I do.
Okay. The ayes have it. Accordingly, the gentlewoman has asked for a roll call vote. Clerk will report.
Ms. Fox? Aye. Ms. Fox? Aye. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Stivers? Mr. Stivers, aye. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins, aye. Mr. Byrne. Mr. Byrne, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Slaughter. Ms. Slaughter, no. Mr. McGovern. Mr. McGovern, no. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
Clerk will report the total.
9 yeas, 2 nays.
The motion is agreed to. Accordingly, I want to thank the committee. The White House, the House, and the Senate have spent a good bit of time to prepare what I believe is a process that we will end this big issue appropriately so that we continue the funding of government so that it's done in a responsible way. And I want to thank all the members for their time today. I want to thank the staff. And we'll do a first here. I want to thank C-SPAN for being here tonight, as I know your listeners are very interested in what's going on. So this can, yes, sir. This ends the committee hearing for all the members. We will have Mr. Cole, who will represent the committee tonight to file the rule and to represent us tomorrow. Good luck, sir.
Mr. McGovern.
And Mr. McGovern will represent the Democrats. I don't know, I assume we'll see each other again, but Merry Christmas, each and every one of you. This ends the committee hearing for the day. I'm going to do the hearing. We are going
Actually, are you guys, we need one copy. I'll take it just in case. Probably. Reagan 5, Highland 20. What? The bells will ring at 5. So it needs 20. Yes. What?
Thank you, sir. I wanted you to be here. Kyle tried to keep me away from it.
Oh, great. I haven't been there for years. Yeah, I feel like I wasn't here.
The House Rules Committee finishing up work on the 2016 federal spending bill. The House is expected to take up this, as well as the bill containing tax breaks for individuals and businesses tomorrow, and the omnibus on Friday. More on that now from a Capitol Hill reporter.